Hello and welcome to the fan cams. After the Blues, they do it again, man. They just did that again. Dropped a 40-point lead again. It was 11 goals, 11, 77 to 15 goals, 10, 100. The D's win the game by 23 points at the MCG, and they've done it again. It was Richmond 2025, but worse somehow. Okay. Well, this will be fun. Welcome to the fan cams. If you'd like to share your thoughts on what you saw today, unpack it all. We'll go through everything. I'm sure there's lots to get through. I'll put the link in the chat shortly. There's a few waiting already, and we'll just go from there. Yeah. All right, Joel, kick us off, mate.
Hi, Terry. I'm your friend, not your enemy, Terry. I just, look, could see it coming, mate, as you, yeah. Yeah, it's just frustrating, and it's becoming predictable. So we got to make changes. We got to stop playing. We got to stop playing certain players.
Which ones? They're actually not even playing the guys that they usually would play.
McKay would be a good start. He's just a liability.
Who you dropping?
Play bloody anyone.
Okay. Drop Harry.
Well, he's just no good, mate.
Okay.
You can add. Look, I just come in here every time and just say the same thing. But look, we need to get past McGovern, Lewis Young. But then it's also, look, there's the thing is, watching that today, it's contagious, and I just went on 3AW and said it's all between the ears, because that's my take. That's what I do for my line of work, and I see this thing, I study this thing, and I see it every week in my team, and so very frustrating. Look, but then I knew what was going to come, so I prepared myself for it, mate. So yeah, this club's got many people hoodwinked still, and that's the shit thing. So when people soon realise that we're no good, we just need to realise that as a supporter base. But
who doesn't know that we're no good? When you say people need to wake up and realise we're no good, who doesn't know that we're no good?
I'm not going to come on here and name names, but
okay. I think we all know that we're no good this year.
Yeah.
So I can understand, and I've said it a lot, like, this is not the year. I'm okay with that, but that is still unforgivable. You just can't. You just can't be doing, what was it, 44-1 and lose the game. You just can't. It doesn't matter where you are in your journey. That's unforgivable. And the psychological part of the game is absolutely there, but how do you fix that in a week-to-week prospect?
Yeah, you can't. Well, you can't because the players just think they just know they're losers. I mean, that's the thing, and that's the unfortunate. It's not gonna. It doesn't. You're right, and that's the painful aspect, Terry. It doesn't happen overnight. We need to. I mean, Cripps just all he knows is losing. Yeah. You can't undo those things. So that's why I say to you, play the kids.
I think they did play the kids, to be honest, though. I mean, we saw some of these kids making mistakes. I mean, they all made mistakes, but I mean, Hollands, Carroll, Cowan, O'Keefe. Like, I think we are playing the kids. I think the kids are just
Well, okay,
learning.
yeah. So,
I don't know how many more. I mean, more kids.
Yeah. So, I mean, I like what I see of Burn. I mean, you were at the game and the crowd seemed to be up and about when he got near the ball. Obviously, Jagger's a star, and Harry Dean's a star. So there's three. There's some of them you mentioned. I don't think. Well, there's some of those names you mentioned. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about. But yeah, we just need to keep just blooding players. Another saying that I always say is definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over. And maybe we're doing some change, but I'd be more drastic, Terry. I mean, I'm a bit of a hard ass, and I just don't take. I've got high standards, and it's just frustrating as hell. Yeah. All right. I'll leave you. That's all I got to say. But thanks. Hope you won down, and I mean, I'll just move on.
All right. Thanks, Joel.
All right. Cheers.
See you, mate. Jake Koumoundouros, a Greek man. It's better that we lost. Leaves no opportunity for the club to sugarcoat the performance and pretend everything's okay. Bussy Boy with an $8 donation. Honestly, I'm glad I'm into F1. I watched the Japan race, but kept tabs on scores. Can't say, but I'm lost for words. Yeah. Damien Hilas with a $31 donation. Thank you. That was brutal. Chin up, baggers. They need our support more than ever. And Shlomir Baraket with $5. Less than no good. Wooden spoon, another. All right. Franco. Hello, mate.
Terry. What's happening?
Are you there?
No, I'm not going to watch that shit.
Mm-hmm.
I was watching the Formula One at home. I watched both, but this is that's as bad as it gets, man. That is as bad as it gets. Like, the loss, yeah, you can take the loss, but you can't take being 7 goals up and then completely capitulate again. I mean, they didn't kick a goal until 2 minutes with 2 minutes to go in the second quarter. And then they kicked 14 or 15 of the next, 18 or 19 goals?
You know what was bizarre about that second quarter as well? I mean, we see it with us. We'll get 3 or 4 scoring shots, kick it behind, and then because we don't capitalize, the team will go down the other end and they'll punish and they'll kick the goal. But when it's the reverse and the Ds don't capitalize, kick 3 or 4 behinds in a row, gettable shots, we don't go down the other end and punish. It's just none of it makes sense. None of it.
I thought they let us off the hook in the second quarter. I mean, that first quarter was good football. Again, we didn't capitalise as much as what we should have, 23-5 inside 50s. But that, I mean, fuck, Terry, the last quarter, we led 76-56. We got 20 points up, and then they kicked fucking 7 goals in 11 minutes. What the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? I mean, I'll ask you, Terry. You're asking everyone else all these questions. You were there. Is it coaching or is it players? Or is it both?
It's both. It's everyone. Honestly, like some of the panic kicks I've noted down from Hewitt, Cripps, Wiedering, Carroll, Cowan, O'Keefe fumbled handball, Kemp going to ground. Like it's all of them. Like I don't think the coach is coaching Kemp to go to ground when he's attacking the contest and these sorts of things. So I just think it's all of them. Coaching definitely can't help. Like everyone will cop a bullet this week and they'll cop a stray. I just don't think that is one singular person's fault.
But why did he leave? Why did he leave Hewitt on Cozzy?
Oh, mate.
In what world is that? In what world are you doing that?
I wish I knew.
Like, I don't understand. Like, was there no other option to put on Cozzy? You couldn't have thrown Zach Williams on him for fucking 5 minutes? I just don't get some of the moves that we make. I don't understand some of the moves that we don't make.
Yeah.
That is the biggest problem, and it's just repeat after repeat after repeat. I texted a mate at quarter time. He said, "Mate, you guys are home." I said, "We won't kick more than 12 goals for the game." We kicked 11. We kicked 6 in one quarter. We kicked 5 for the next 3. That has to be. It has to be. It has to be a lot of mental, right? And I don't know. We must have the dumbest players going around.
Oh, mate, some of the decisions.
I mean, we love our captain. Don't get me wrong. We love our captain. But why does he try and keep busting through 6, 7, 8 players?
Yeah.
I don't. It's a rinse and repeat, Terry, unfortunately. And I don't know how you keep doing this every week. And Vinny and I are about to record our podcast. And it's just an absolute shit show what we're seeing. And I don't know, man. I'm going to let you go because there's probably other people that want to jump on. And
Yeah.
it's as bad as it gets.
Yeah, man. No, I appreciate you calling in and sharing your thoughts, and go
Thanks,
Blues,
Terry.
huh?
See you, mate.
Vinny.
Oh, Terry, hi.
Hi.
How are you? Been a long time coming, this. Like my beanie? Like my beanie?
You might
Up
be
the
onto
Devils.
something there. It could be
Up the
time.
Devils, baby. Up the Devils. Oh, mate. Look, so where do we start? Okay, so let's start with the Cozzy for a sec. Let's just, because that was fascinating to watch. So the first quarter, Cozzy has, I think, 6 touches or something like that, but like had 3 turnovers. Next quarter, 3 turnovers. And I was noticing like a lot of panic from him. I'm like, oh my God, we might have a little bit of luck on our side because Cozzy's playing really bad. But you know what he does in the second half? He plays out of his skin and literally wins the game off his own boot. Now, we do the opposite. So we start the game real well. Go boys, while we're all fresh and stretched and we're all like ready and we've had our little hydrolytes and we've done our little warm-ups. And then the next half, it's just, let's kick 5 goals in 3 quarters. It's actually hard to do that. It's actually hard to do that. Yeah. 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 I don't really know what to say.
The thing about today, which is fascinating, is
Mm.
there's just certain guys, you know how we talk about it, those guys that always play well against us.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like,
yeah.
don't get beat by what you know. Well, you know Cozzy usually plays well. You know Frisch
Yeah.
usually plays well. And you're right.
Yeah.
For a half, and you're thinking, all right, we figured it out. And then
Yeah.
you look at the score sheet at the end of the game, and Frisch has 4. He's kicked
Yeah.
4 goals.
Frisch has
and
4.
Cozzy's,
31, was it? Did he have 31 after? And like so many score involvements. His tackle, like he couldn't lay a tackle in the first half. And then he was just ferocious every context. It's the Robbie Gray effect. Robbie Gray used to absolutely destroy us. No matter who, we could have had Lee Matthews coaching us and Robbie Gray would have kicked 3 on us and kicked 1 in the last 2 minutes of every game to beat us. But you couldn't outcoach it. It's like this is the same thing. And you know what? Another thing I would love to note. I don't know how much we can read into it. I'm not a coach. I play with the Torreses and the thirds. We're good footballers, but we are not AFL level. So I'm going to put my hand up and admit that first. However, why do coaches love coaching from the bench for when you can't see the game? Like, I'm not a coach, but get up and just see what's happening. Like, I don't know. I don't know if that's got anything to do with it at all. I mean, this is just us, Carlton, sad supporters clutching at straws here. But just get up in the box and get on the phone. Like, just smack a phone or something. I hate seeing this. This is what I don't like seeing. Like that. It's the screen grab every time. I could do it every game. Oh, it's amazing. Oh, yeah. And then the personnel, like, the kids look so good. How does our under 21, under 21-year-old players, how do they all look more composed than the people that have played for 10 plus years?
Well, I think
Like,
they haven't been.
Harry Dean was my best on ground today.
Thing is, like, these kids haven't been, I think the word is infected.
They haven't been Carltonified yet. They haven't been Carlton. Like, I'm not joking. My brother's sitting there. Say hello, Dante. I sent him the post where they extended Jagger, and I'm not joking. This was my genuine, honest reaction. I was like sad for him. I was actually a little bit sad. I was like, fuck, like, damn, like he's got he's just done that. Like he's really just sold his soul. Like, you know, like there's no, I don't know. Like it's like yeah, you get paid and you get looked after and like you'll set up your life. Don't get me wrong, but like
Poor
out,
kid.
like I know, you know what I mean? Like I wasn't happy for him. I felt sad for him. Yeah.
That's actually pretty funny. You know, like you just try and latch on to anything. They put the kid in, they played Taylor Byrne, good vibes, good energy, authentic. They're excited for him. And I actually really liked him the way
Man,
what he did today. I really liked his craft.
got
And
good craft.
And I'm just like, okay, he's done all the good things. They've done the right things, the right selection. They didn't rush back these senior guys that they used to always play. They didn't just put Sarge straight back in. They
I love
forced
that move.
him to have a rest. They didn't just throw Newman straight in and be desperate.
Love
Like
that
they
move as well.
And I'm like, they did all the right things. And then they got up by 43 and they still were doing the right things. And then I'm still sitting here watching them capitulate.
Yeah, and it's a thing that'll be a common theme on here tonight. Like it'll be a common theme, the whole between the ears stuff. But it is just so true.
Yeah.
Like it is just so true. Like if you've got losers teaching you how to try to win games, it's really hard to believe that you can win. Like you look at our board and like our coaching staff and like don't get me wrong, Voss is a champion player, one of the best of all time. He's probably got one of the best highlight packages ever. But like coaching wise, what are we doing? Like where's the reputation? I don't know. Like and like even our line coaches, like I don't know. And everyone's saying Sack Voss. Sure, who's next? You know what I mean? Like Ash Hansen, really? Like no. No, and it's the psychology like that fascinates me because you can sort of see it, can't you? And but when I mean sort of, it's like I'm being really kind. You can just see like the first two quarters are just so much. There's so much breath in the game. You can just see that they have time to think, and there's moments where there's like link up play, and they're not handballing with just panic, and then it happens. They go into the rooms, and then there must be just a spell or something put on them at halftime, and then they just panic, and it is so between the ears. But you can't teach that week to week. You can't actually teach week to week. You sort of have to get good at those moments in the high pressure games and then get used to it. But we can't. Anyway, that's my ramble. Love your work, Terry. Love everything you do. You keep us sane by being the insane for us, and I love it. I love it. But
Appreciate you calling in, man.
yeah, no worries at all, mate. Enjoy and go the Devils. Go the Devils.
See you, mate.
Catch you, mate. Love you, bro.
Fuck. Taylor Burden looks like a St Kilda supporter. Hey, Terry, sorry about your blue baggers, buddy. I'm also sorry about my blue baggers. The Spooky Milkman, $8, says, if you didn't laugh, you cried the first couple of times that second half shit happened. But now the joke is starting to get old. This is fucked. Yeah. Mason.
Tez.
Mate.
My God, mate. First, I just want to say, mate, I feel for you. You are subject to, it's almost torture for the next 3 hours, I guess. I punished myself. I decided to sit in that MCG until the whole joint was empty, which was, I don't know, it's stupid. But it's getting old now, isn't it? This is a joke, man.
The whole giving up a 40-point lead, like it happens once and it's like, all right, guys, unforgivable. Don't let that happen. And we've actually sat through 2 games in 12 months where we've given up a 40-point lead and then go on to lose the game. And today, you'd lose by 23. You don't just lose by a kick and a half or whatever. It's just so torturous.
And it just feels like so much more than 23.
Yeah.
It just feels like it's so demoralizing. It's like, mate, you look good. That first quarter, we're beating them everywhere. We looked good. We looked confident, sharp, as usual. Every game, the last 10 that I can remember, that's the story of every game. You look good, you look sharp, you look connected as a team, and then It just blows up. And it's like they lose all ball skill. They lose, the mindset. It's like after halftime, they're just not hungry for that win. And you can't blame the fans. Like I'm not going to put this as a priority anymore. Like I'm just not. I'm not going to cancel plans and put footy first anymore. I can't do it. I can't.
Yep. That's fair enough. I'm just looking here. So, like, what was the score? What did we kick in the second half? 1,
4 or 5,
2,
6 goals.
3, 4. Okay, 4 goals in the second half. So, like, just
it's not as bad as previous.
It's just who knows how they get over the hump.
And then you've got guys saying we need to drop key players, and then what leadership do we have? I know there's not much leadership currently with it feels like there's no one stepping up to the plate at the moment, but you give the kids opportunity, and to be fair, the kids outplayed everyone today. I feel like Burn had that drive, that hunger, even though, it's just Jagger's good. He's good. He's going to be good. Harry Dean's a superstar, mate. But what are we going to do? Like, are we going to send these kids fucking crazy?
So, like, I love you, but what you just said there reminded me of us 2018 when we got done by Freo. It was like 77-7 at halftime, and we used to say, gee, I love these kids.
Yeah.
I love Jacob Wiedering. I love this kid, Zach Fisher. Like, the future's bright, and we're just repeating the same thing, just with a different name.
Man. Era, it just keeps reflecting, and it just replays. It's like we're on a recorder that's just keep running out of film.
Oh, mate. Oh. We're giving up 40-point lead. We can't even be safe at the football with a 40-point lead anymore. That's it.
My missus was so happy at halftime. She goes, babe, they have only scored, 12 points. I said, oh, yeah, you wait. Oh, yeah. Watch what happens. The first 2 goals they kicked, I said, we've lost. I got no hope in them. The first 2 goals that Melbourne kicked, I go, yeah, that's wrap it up, babe. We're going to be, This is going to be a long night. It's going to be a long night. And you just predict it every week. I don't know what's next for them. The conversation is, do you sack Voss? Is it going to help? Do you take the risk and do you just shoot? Like, I'm on Voss. I like him as a coach, but something's got to give here.
Yeah.
All the best, Terry. Oh, I don't know how you do it, mate. This is depressing.
Thanks for calling in, mate.
Thanks, Tez. Good to see you, mate.
See ya. All right, Adam. Hello, mate.
Hello. How are you, Terry?
Yeah, man. We sat through another 40-point giveaway, 40-point lead, and yeah,
it's painful. It hurts. I don't think I'm going to get any sleep tonight, Terry. You?
I will do these fan cams until I pass out, and then I'll sleep.
It's been almost 24 months, hasn't it? Like the same since that GWS game.
Yeah.
That GWS game in Sydney. It's been the same way ever since.
Yeah.
Hasn't changed.
What were the telltale signs for you in this game?
The telltale signs are in the second quarter, late in the second quarter. You could feel it. You could feel it. When Melbourne had, they had a bit of play in that last 10 minutes of the second quarter, we're just trying to defend. We're just trying to hang in there. And, Melbourne kicked a lot of points and we just didn't make them pay. We just don't have that killer instinct.
No. We barely know how to win, let alone put a team away after being up.
We just go into our shells.
Yeah. Well, we invite pressure.
Yeah. And I agree with you. It's a transition year. There's no expectations this year, but you still need to have a winning habits. And if you want to attract free agents and good players to your footy club, you got to show something. And if I'm a free agent, if I'm not Zach Butters is looking at Carlton right now, but if I'm Zach Butters, He ain't coming to Carlton.
I don't think a big fish with a 1.5, 1.6 minimum $1 million per year salary is the fix.
It's definitely not fixed, but yeah, the point is it's going to be like Voss. This is Voss's 5th year. He had 5 years at Brisbane, and we know how that ended. And I don't want to be that fan and that club that sacks coach first. But I don't know how much opportunity we can give a guy. We put so much support around him. He just looks like a deer. I've been trying to be optimistic about him. He just looks like a deer in headlights. The last quarter, I just didn't see change. Kemp back. I don't know. Harry Dean forward. Try something. Put Cowan forward. There's just no change. There was 2 key players, and we knew who they were before they came. We knew it was Max Gawn and Cozzy Pickett. And what did they do to us in the last half?
Yeah, I mean, Max Gawn has had 23 possessions and 58 hit-outs.
Like Liam Reid. Why didn't they double team him with Liam Reedy?
I mean, Liam Reedy today was soundly beaten by Alex Murkov, the guy that used to be on our list.
Yeah. We've got a ruck issue, don't we?
Yeah, and Hudson, bless him, but I think that the speed and the pressure of the game got to him a bit today, and we're in a bit of a hole. I mean, we've got list issues. We've
got lots of issues. Yeah. I don't know what they're going to do. Are they going to persist with Voss? I don't know. I mean, the club. I know the club and the board don't want to be that sack coach, have that sack coach mentality. But it could be to our detriment as well.
Yeah, I mean, if he can't fix this issue, he'll go. No doubt about it. A 40-point lead that you end up losing the game is just that's just. And it was interesting. I thought we're on the Sunday afternoon time slot away from prime time, so But then you go and have the Richmond round 1 2025 performance, and you just invite the heat now. Like, it's the last memory of round 3. I thought it was perfect to get off the primetime slots, and here we are.
There's a big crowd today too for Carlton Melbourne, one of the biggest crowds, home and away.
Yeah.
The supporters turn up, don't they? We just keep turning up.
000. Yeah, no, they do. They do. Yeah.
No words, mate. No words, Terry.
Mate, we'll just keep. Oh, we've got a game in 5 days, so away we go.
Yeah. How come Cherry didn't play today in the 2s? Is he late resting him?
Well, he was back from the hamstring, and they just didn't want to rush him. But I don't think he played 2s. Yeah, you're right. I don't think he played 2s. They held over Jordan Boyd. He didn't play in the 2s either. And I think Newey might have played a half. A few of them played a half. I think Saad played the first half. But I think Akers played the second half. So they manage guys. I guess the question is, like practically speaking, I mean, I don't know what the go is with Harry Dean. I think he really hurt himself. I don't know how serious it is. I haven't seen much of an update on that yet.
Gee, he's courageous, isn't he? He's a ripper, Harry Dean.
Yeah.
I mean, the changes. I mean, Newman. We do miss Newman. We miss his poise and leadership off halfback. We really do.
Yeah.
And Nick Haynes, for that matter.
Mate, we do. Thank you.
I'm talking about 233-year-olds. Good on you, Terry. Hopefully, oh well. Look, who knows what's going to happen next week? Hopefully they can get the buzz that they had last year in the last 4 rounds when they just had this freshness.
Thing is, they had it. They had it this week because they brought in Byrne, and they generated the buzz, and they even Jagger kicks the goal, Byrne kicks the goal in the first quarter, McGovern starts well. Like, they had all the elements that this team needs to be confident were achieved. I think when you try and understand it, it makes it worse. I just don't get it. And I'm happy to just let it be that I don't get it, because with every yeah, you can. I mean, where are you? It's fucking bizarre.
You gotta laugh, otherwise you'll cry.
Yeah, mate, it's bizarre. This football club.
Thanks, Terry.
See you, mate.
Catch up soon, mate. Bye-bye.
William N. Gulman, thank you for the $5 donation. Vasi7, $5 donation. Sack Voss tonight. I'm done with him. He's out of his depth. Jim.
Hello, my friend. How are you?
Mate, I'm well. How are you?
I'm good. I'm going well. Everyone, make sure you subscribe to Blue Abroad and get a membership, because you're going to need it. Therapy is needed. Yeah, look, I agree with you, man. I don't think we're winning the flag this year, and I don't think we're making the finals this year. And I knew that before going into this season. So I'm looking at this season a little bit differently. However, yeah, this one for me is on coaching. Like you said, you just said everything I wanted to say in the last call. The boys during the week generated a buzz. You've got Jagger kicking his first goal. Everyone gets around him. Taylor Byrne, loved his game, by the way. Bumps and all. They're the things I like to see. Kicks a goal, gets up and about. You know, they're generating that energy. But what Vossi's got to understand is there's another fucking team out there and another coach. And when they take your weapons away at halftime, mate, you've got to do something. Sticking with the same game plan, when they take those things away from you, is at the detriment of the group. So the group, I think, don't trust the coaches. Now, yeah, they've made stacks of mistakes in the second half, the players, and they're to blame for those simple errors, 20-meter kicks, 15-meter kicks, whatever. But the game plan invites the pressure that makes the shit mistakes. So I've seen just about enough. I don't believe you can sack coaches in round 3, so we're just going to have to ride it out. Seriously, we're just going to have to. But yeah, look, this notion of Harry's no good or whatever, I respect Joel's opinion all the time. But you could have put Gary Ablett Sr. at full forward today. The way they're kicking the footy is not marking anything. So yeah, kicking the ball on a bloke's head, and he gets us out of trouble with a stack of contested marks every single year. And we actually don't like him enough. He's very good player. And if he got the footy kicked like Hawthorn kicked the footy and I don't know, any good side, Collingwood, the way Collingwood kicked the footy their forwards, if we looked after Harry like that, he kicks 70 goals a year, minimum. But we don't. So don't just pop players just because they're not clanking the mark, the real hard contested mark every time. I don't know. I just want to show Harry a little bit of love. What more can the guy do? The ball's kicked to him like fuck every time.
There was a passage of play in the fourth quarter, and obviously, you know, the game's on. I think the margin might have been 6 potentially, or maybe 12. And I mean, in the moment, I thought, oh, this is it. They've figured it out. They just sort of chipped their way through little 45s. I was sitting level 2 sort of on the wing, and I was watching them lead to the footy and create space, not go into their shell and be flat-footed. And I think it ended up being a Matt Carroll goal. But they worked it really well. And I'm like, okay, it's ugly, but there's some light. So it's like, is it there? Is it starting to show when you see it? And then, or is it just, does it just mean nothing? Like you've got to reinforce it on the inside, but on the outside, it's torture.
Yeah. Look, it was a great passage. I know exactly what you mean. And we get the ball in. Matt Carroll comes to the front, marks the footy. Good goal, good team goal. I thought at that point that we actually were going to win the game again because we wrestled it back. We'd kicked 2 in a row. But, a decision goes against us and we lose that little bit of momentum. And the reality of footy is a decision is going to go against you regularly in AFL. And you've got to be able to adjust no matter what. So I've already seen people be like, umps. Not umps. No. Dog shit free kick, sure. But we invite the pressure as a group. The coaches do not look after the players in regards to what they do after halftime. And because of that, that's where we're at. We're in no man's land. Simple. Yeah. It's going to be a long year, but yeah, it's what it is. So Anyway, it's what it is, mate.
Thanks for
The Carlton side.
Oh man, I know, I know.
Yeah.
I had that was like Richmond. It was Richmond last year.
Yeah. Actually, I think it was worse, bro. I really do. I do think it was worse.
It was. No, people I was sitting around, we were all sort of watching it unfold and had that same feeling just before maybe Fritsch kicked one of his goals. And like when that sailed through, I was like, oh, this is that goal that the Richmond player kicked last year where I thought to myself, no, we're still going to win.
Yeah. Actually, I got one more thing, Tez.
Yeah.
Tell me if I'm wrong here. So I don't think a team's ever kicked one goal to half time in my lifetime to kick 100 points. So I'm sure we'll hear about that as well. That's crazy. I personally cannot think of a time where a team has kicked one goal to halftime, albeit it was 1 goal 6-12, to then put on 14 goals in the second half and win a game of footy and score 100 points. I don't think it's happened, man. I can't believe no one's talking about that yet. That's how bad a loss this is. So just think about it. Anyway, much love. Appreciate you very much. Look after yourself.
See you,
dude.
Joe?
I said I wasn't going to come on. I'll keep it short and sweet tonight. Top to bottom, this is, I've got no other way to describe it right now. This is a dead football club. There's no life. I don't know if I'm connected here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm with you. Yeah.
Oh, you got me. No, my internet's a bit shaky at the moment, so yeah. Mate, it's dead. We're dead top to bottom. And here is the symbol that you need. I'm literally going to do this for 2 minutes tonight because I don't know. I sat there at 3/4 time. This is the second time I've noticed this in 3 weeks. 2 times at the MCG. Home game. We were up by 7 goals. They kicked 6 in the third. Fighting for our lives again by 3/4 time. And I look up at the screen and I see Kona karaoke. Tez, if you want a symbol for how lifeless our fucking football club is, Kona karaoke, the Lion King. At 3/4 time, when these guys are trying to rev themselves up. Top to bottom, football club it's not about football. It's just not. It's dead, man. It's dead. I had similar expectations to yourself and the gentleman on before me about this season. We were never going to win the flag. But fuck me. Where are the standards, man? From the football club. Forget about the players. I bang on about the players every week. I'm sick of talking about it. It's up to them. It is honestly up to them at this stage if they want to win a game. But if you're trying to build a football club that cares about football, what the fuck are we doing as a club? What are we standing for at the moment? What is the perception of our club? We're a fucking laughing stock, man. I used to go to St Kilda games with their 3/4 time entertainment and halftime entertainment and laugh because they created an atmosphere, and they probably still do, an atmosphere of just rubbish. I sat there today, and after the Richmond game, we're in the same spot, Kona karaoke. I don't know. Maybe I read into that shit too much, but for me, it is just not fucking good enough. Read the room, man.
It's
honest to God. It's just, it blows my mind at how there's just no self-awareness at this football club. Nothing. Read the room. Seriously, man. Fucking hell. That's all I got to say for tonight.
I appreciate it. I was going to say, they got rid of the Freddie Mercury thing pre-game, which tick. But yeah, when it's a bad quarter like that, and then you start hearing those noises in the court, like the mid-quarter breaks. It rattles you. It's annoying, but it was Junior Baggers Day, and it was for the kids, and like, you know what they should do? They should play the Oblivious Cam and put it on our players or our coaches.
Literally. Oh, man. Yeah, Junior Baggers, great. And for anyone that's got a kid, this is nothing against you, but I don't fucking care. I want to win games of football, man, especially when we're up by 7 fucking goals. They were on 5 points with 5 game minutes to go in the second quarter. The final score reads 100-77, and it's not in our favour.
Yeah.
I don't care about these activations. I don't care about any of this shit. Do this when we're winning. That justifies it. Not now, man. Fucking hell. Like, you give up 7 goals, and at 3/4 time, we're all sitting there going, we know we're going to lose. And you put Kona karaoke again. Read the fucking room, please. As a football club, I'm imploring the people that run game day, the people that run the admin, the socials, read the room. Yeah, Max Gorn's $250th, $11 tickets. Now we're a laughing stock. You can't do this when we are as fucking deplorable as what we are. They are not reading the room, man. It's just a disgrace. We are a disgrace at the moment, Tez. We're a disgrace. And I'll still be there. I'll still be there next week. I'll still be there because I'm a dickhead. We've said this before. I'll be there, right? I'll show up for the podcast. You'll show up for your shows. We'll all do what we've got to do. But just read the room. Don't treat us like we're fucking kids anymore. Please. Please. We will accept that we aren't at the level of certain clubs in this league. But don't pile it on, man. With Kona karaoke. For fuck's sake. Like, I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to let you go.
I love you, man.
I need to go wash my face or something. I don't know. I can't reason with what we watch every single fucking week. Before I let you go, were you sitting there like the rest of us, right, in the second quarter, and you looked at that scoreboard? Tell me, Tez, you didn't think, fuck, we're a chance to lose this if we don't kick at least 2 more at 44-5.
Because the D's didn't capitalize, I didn't feel as much of that panic of, we could lose. But when we didn't kick a goal after they didn't capitalize, that's when I started thinking, have you given them a bit of confidence? What's their halftime message going to be? And then, third quarter, fourth quarter. But like I said to Jim earlier, Elijah kicks his goal. They set that up nicely. And then Carroll kicks his goal. They set that up nicely. And then, I'm now convinced that they believed that they were going to lose, and they were thinking out there, it's going to happen again. And it took them away from the moment. They're just not strong enough in their head to get through it at the moment.
We're the only team in the history of this competition that could be up by 7 goals, and everyone in the football world knows that we can still lose that game. It is deplorable. Deplorable. Yeah. Anyway, good luck.
All right.
I'll speak to you soon. We'll be on tomorrow night after the Board show. I don't even know what tomorrow's going to look like. But anyway, good luck, mate. I'll talk to you soon.
Monday. All right, bye. Damn. All right. Let's go to Salad. Dionisios.
Hey, man.
You look like
this one hurt.
This will hurt.
This one really hurt.
Yeah.
This one, and next week's game is like a 50-50 now. Like, I don't know. Like, how do you bounce back with that? Like one of your previous guys said, like, how do you teach resiliency? Well, you can teach resiliency, right? But it has to stick in the head. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to say, man. Like, that was too much. That really fucking tore my fucking heart out. Especially since, like, it's not like they can't run because they proved it, right? The first 2 quarters, they proved it. So is it a stamina thing? Like,
It's
Is
here.
it the way they play? Is it?
It's here, and I mean, I was saying earlier. I mean, the coach will absolutely take responsibility. The assistant coaches, the players out there, some of the senior guys, some of their efforts.
Mm.
You know, it was so poor. There was 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go. We were only down by, I think, 7 points,
Yeah.
and the fans flocked out of the stadium. They just knew. They just knew. But like
Man,
when you think about it, like it's a 2-kick game with 4.5 minutes to go, and they're
Yeah.
flocking out. Like, yeah,
I held more hope because at the end of that third quarter, I thought, okay, well, you know, this isn't bad. This isn't 13 goals in the quarter bad. They've still got the lead. They're still fighting. But then that last quarter, like I don't know, man. Like I don't know. I don't know where they go. Like, you know, I mean, it's like they all left the field at different points.
Yeah.
You know, and it just, oh man, that hurt. That hurt so fucking much. That hurt like last year. Like the North Melbourne loss, really, that was the straw for me. For this, like round 3 for us. Like this is a straw for me now. This year, it's like I don't know if I want to watch any more football. That's how bad it was.
I get it, man. Yeah, I was like in my head, I was thinking like, just get through this first block here. You know, you can't help but look at him like, yeah, you know, winnable games against the D's and North. You can't help
Why
but
can't
think
we
that
just
way.
put away aside? Why can't we just put away aside? Just put them away. Like when we've got the ascendancy, when we've got the ball in our possession, when it's in our like forward 50, like, you know, more than 70% of the game, put them away. Like, I mean, we had our chances, but I just don't understand why we just can't put them away.
Yeah.
I mean, do you think every coach is saying like, hey, don't worry about the score at halftime? We'll just like, you know, they're just going to disappear. Do you think they're saying things like that to the other teams?
We've been saying this since 2021. You know, you beat Carlton, you just keep. I remember when we lost to North 2021. I think Larky might have kicked 7 that day, and I remember the fan cams that day, and like the sentiment was, you know, to beat Carlton, you just got to keep asking the question, because the more times you ask the question, you know, eventually they're gonna, you know, the damn wall will break. And we are literally saying the same thing that we've been saying for a long time. This isn't just Voss's era. This was happening in Teague. This was happening in Bolton. This was happening in Ratton's days. Remember? No plan B.
Yeah.
That started with Ratton.
Yeah.
That happened back then too.
What do you think next week then? What's your
look? Honestly, I watched last night. I watched the Bombers. I watched North, and I came away from that game thinking, like, all right, we're not the best team, but we're not this bad. And then I've just seen this, and I'm like, actually, maybe we are. Yeah.
It's going to be one of those. It's going to be one of those.
We butcher the ball.
Thrillers.
We butcher the ball. North butcher the ball. But I kind of think North will go into this game with the belief to just like believe themselves over the line. And but honestly, pre-game this morning, I was thinking we're better than North. But
I watched West Coast today, dude.
Yeah.
Like, seriously.
Yeah.
They've improved. They're showing more improvement than what we have. I mean, they beat Port. I mean, I'm not saying Port's like this big top like team, but they beat them from behind.
Away.
Like, you know.
Away from home.
Yeah. At home too. So I don't know, man. Like, Jesus, I don't know.
Anyway, disputanos niegine, mate.
If my man was like, he'd be going, Morty, what the? You know, he'd be thrilled, but he's not. So, anyway, thanks, guys. Have a good one.
William Engelman, why do we always switch to scared footy when leading? Great question. The Duke Leverage Show, $2 donation. Hello, Terry. I miss you. I miss you too, mate. Yeah, I miss you too. Paolo. Running through brick walls, mate.
Still intact. I had this. How are you, mate? How are you going?
Yeah, it's crazy that I'm used to this. Like this feeling of, oh, it's the worst thing I've seen. Like it just keeps. We've been saying it. It's the worst thing I've seen for that many years. They just keep outdoing the thing, and it's
They really
all.
do, don't they?
Mate, are we gonna be starting to get conditioned to giving up 40-point leads? Is that where we're at?
Well, at the moment it is, and that's what's seeping in. The problem with us at the moment is we continue to run through brick walls, but you know what we don't do? Just up here. See, just over there. Just over there.
Mm.
For 5 years, we probably should have built a door to put a key in and walk through it. That's been our issue for a long time.
True.
We do not play smart football, unfortunately. And when push comes to shove and the pressure really comes on, we revert to becoming safe. And that has unfortunately been 5 years of festering away under pressure and having, I know it's almost he who shall not be named, having Charlie Curnow bail you out for a long period of time. And there was a part there where I got a little bit excited under this tenure because irrespective of how poor and dated the tactics may be to a certain point, great players will supersede errant game plans to a certain point, right? But when you lose the man who won us countless games year in, year out, for whatever the reason may have been, it's been well documented, you see it all unfold because players come in to play this particular system. You don't have players like Charlie Curnow to bail you out, and Jacob Wiedering again can only do so much. And it's not even about the emotional side of things and, oh, you know, get behind them, you're a supporter, you know, be loud and be proud and get behind me. Terry, this is just pure football now. The football is not good enough.
Mm.
And the way in which it's allowed to have been festered over for the last 5 years to get us to this point, most of it and a lot of it has to be placed at the feet of the head coach. He implements a certain game style. He implements certain practices at training for year on end, and none of it gets better. And it's probably at its worst ever phase now, where we were under Bolton, under Teague, under whoever it may have been, we were never constantly up by 30, 40 points and completely capitulated. This is now seeping into big senior players who, for lack of a better phrase, put the feet up when the pressure came on. And it's the same problem. There's no way he can go to the board and expressively come up with an opinion based on evidence to confirm and be as vindictive as possible to sway a board to say, I am definitely your next premiership coach. When he signed up in 2022, Terry, I'll ask you this and I'll ask the fans a question here. Coming into the 2026 season, did you expect us to be in this particular state?
No, of course not.
Okay, right. So if he has been part of that for a long time, why was he backed in? And again, I know we can go over why or what may or may not have happened. I get that. But there had to be an inflection point last season where if you're looking and fishing about, you obviously know he's not the right man. If he's still contracted, you've almost just got to, because the damage that's being done now, it's going to be irreversible. So you should have just started fresh. Everywhere else was fresh. All department heads were fresh. And I don't know why we did not pull the trigger on him. And I'll point this out, right? Yeah. I'll point this out too, right? So if you look at the first couple of weeks just based on results, so results-based analysis on the way it has panned out over the first 3 weeks, you think, oh, yeah, we beat Richmond. We got the win on the ball. We got the 4 points. Michael Voss was all bar negative in that post-match press conference after the Richmond game, Terry. Was there any difference in the performance against Richmond to what you saw today? Was there any difference?
It was the same. It was much of the same.
Okay.
I mean,
so
apart
why
from
are
a few more goals in the second half, but it was much of the
right?
matches.
And that's purely because Melbourne is a better team than Richmond, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
based on what we've seen, and over the last couple of years, Melbourne have always finished ahead of Richmond, right? In the last 2 to 3 seasons, right? Having said that, if he was a proper performance-based analysis coach, he would have had the same persona, the same message, the same demeanor post-game. They are two completely contrasting press conferences, right? And I understand the result is different. But if you're based purely on performance, nothing changed from the Richmond game to the Melbourne game, Terry. In fact, it was probably worse. And the frustrating thing for me is that Mitch Cleary, and kudos to Mitch, put it on him in this press conference today, put it on him. And all he could come up with was next week. That's all he could come up with. Not how we're going to solve it, not what we're going to do, not what are the training principles we're going to put in place. And for the life of me, I cannot understand why George Hewitt was left on Isaiah Pickett for 35 to 40 minutes in that game when he was tearing us to shreds in that third quarter. And he was the only barometer in that game for Melbourne that was going to flip the game on its head. And I know we've got a Max Gawn masterclass as well, but the inability to go attack on attack with Isaiah Pickett just tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah.
Outside of that, I thought Harry Dean was sensational today under an enormous amount of pressure. And I'm sick to death of seeing this young man have to go up in every single contest, almost destroy himself physically because we are horribly set up ahead of the ball. Nobody wants to take on the overlap handball. Nobody wants to take on the 15, 20-metre short kick to hold possession, open up the play, defend with ball in hand, score that way, because they are not taught and trained to do that on a consistent basis. And that is the problem. Taylor Byrne, I thought he brought a lot of energy. It was great to see him out there, kicked a really good goal, laid a really good bump, nice assist as well.
Yeah, to set up for the goal.
Really good smother. But that's what you're going to see. But that's what I wanted to see 3 weeks ago, mate. What was the difference between picking him then and now? You're talking 3 weeks, and he gave a bit of energy, right? And his capacity was always going to fade away as the game went on. We are not a smart football club. When I listen to our head coach talk, I don't learn anything, Terry. I don't learn anything about the game. I want to turn off. Whereas I listen to all these brilliant managers, brilliant coaches, Sam Mitchell, when I listen to him, if he's talking for 5 minutes, I want to listen to him for another 15. We don't have that. We do not have that. And 5 years in, I did not expect us to be in this position. That's why we cannot drop our standards, irrespective of what players we've got out there. You cannot drop them.
No.
It's very frustrating. It's very, very frustrating.
How much do you go back to the senior guys that played in the VFL today? For next
Newman,
week?
I thought was very good. I don't know if the 5-day backup is going to keep him out for another week. And I know he's always a steady head down back. He's always willing, especially under pressure, to take that jammy kick into the corridor that opens it. You know how many you've seen him do it so many times, where he gives the eyes and then he hits that pass the other way and we're out, right? So we don't have that in our team, and he will definitely be an addition. And I know people here are commenting about Harry Dean. I think he's gone to hospital. I saw reports he's gone to hospital for a hip and side issue.
Yeah. So
he may come out. He may come out for Newman, mate. I think that might be the go.
Flynn. He didn't play as well in the second half from what I watched, but Flynn Young I thought was excellent again for the third showing in a row. And I don't know. It's tough because you've got to balance the kids and like playing them, but if they're ready, Hudson O'Keefe, bless him. It's just the speed of the game. It happened against the Tigers as well. But then you look at Reedy and he didn't do much better today. His possessions will say 20 touches, but he had Murkov really win that battle today, which is just another subplot.
David Cunningham with the shaved head as well.
Cunningham, man, it was all of them. Luke Parks, Cunningham.
Luke Parks was there as well. Yes,
Luke Parks played.
The only out they had was Cam Paulson because he hurt his hamstring. That would have been nice to see him zip it about and kicking goals. The other thing I want to mention as well, I was on the phone to a close mate and his dad on the way back home, right? And this was the thing that I'm not really getting angry. recently. I'm beyond that to a certain point, right? But one thing that really made me angry today was people will have a go at Lewis Young, right? I thought personally, one-on-one, I thought he defended admirably today. There were some really big one-on-one scenarios, ball getting out the back where he just went, put his body on the line and he had to go and he did. So that's never an issue with him. But the one thing we know with Lewis Young is that when he gets the ball, he only really ever has a one-wood to stop, prop, and go long up the line, right? That's his go-to under pressure. We rarely see him take that kick. But for the life of me, when you're under pressure, Terry, and you're playing out of your back half and you have kick-ins, the person that you don't want ball in hand trying to get you out of that particular game mode is Lewis Young. There were 4, 5, 6, 7 kick-ins, I counted, that went short to him in the pocket. And the same kick ensued every single time. Long up the line, long up the line, long up the line. The person with which you give the responsibility to kick the ball out with has a mindset of going long up the line. And that person, we would assume, because he's been given the kick in, is a better kick than Lewis Young. So why would you go short to the pocket? And this comes down to something very simple. Michael Voss should have a process in place where if we are under the cosh, we know Lewis Young, defensively one-on-one, he's a handy player. Wiedering likes him. If you go short to him in the pocket during a kick-in, you are fined $1,000. You are fined $1,000 if you do not get the ball back off him to go long up the line via a handball or if he kicks long. We do not do that. You are entrusted with the kick-in to get us out of pressure. You are not kicking to the man who we know wants to dish off the handball or will go long up the line anyway, which is what you were going to do. $1,000 fine every time you go short to the back pocket to Lewis Young. It's not a knock on him, Terry. It's a knock on the fundamentals and principles you instill in your team.
Why don't we have a guy running behind him at all times, a receiver? That's a good question.
Do you see it at training? I don't.
No, you don't see it at training.
I never. What do we lose when we're under pressure? I'll tell you what we lose when we're under pressure. The overlap handball, the little change, the short ball movement, because they are scared to make a mistake going short because it's within the vicinity of the goal. So they want to get it out of there as far as they can, but you just continue to build the pressure and build the pressure and build the pressure. And then going back to the whole Pickett scenario, we were 2-3 goals down, and then they decide, Jagger Smith, now's your turn. Now's your time to go with him. It should have happened in the third quarter. Fight fire with fire at that scenario. We need to still win this game. Jagger, you go to him, mate, and you beat him. We know he's a great footballer. He's a premiership player. He's a brilliant player, but we need to be offensive in that scenario. You could not put George Hewitt on Keziah Pickett. Terry, please. Game day coaching and moves are just not up to it. And that's a fundamental of being a great senior coach, Terry. Building your team up after 5 years to have the cogs to be able to change it up. And he does not have it. He does not have it. We continue to run through brick walls instead of building the door to just walk through it. And there was and again, the passage of play that I'll talk to you about as well is it would have been Southern stand side, Shane Warne stand side. We had an overload. We had an outnumber. It was 4-on-2 in our favour. Haywood receives the ball, streaming forward. Instead of inviting the Melbourne defenders to continue to creep closer, then dish off the handball, he tries to hit up Harry Mackay with a low dart. We don't get the shot on goal.
Is that the one where there were 2 in a row? Both times they used the wrong option, and then that second one he should have actually gone over the top to Kemp, and then the first one Harry should have hit Cripps.
Yes, correct. And it ended up going to Kemp, and people were blaming Kemp, but Harry's kick was just lazy.
Yeah,
he took it off a half step and he leant back on it and completely fluffed it. But the Haywood kick was half forward flank, Southern stand side, when he should have drawn the player in, and then giving the handball off, and then we get an easy shot on goal. And you see it all the time. We never get easy shots at goal. Very rarely do we get easy shots at goal.
Yeah.
So again, you can harp on about it. The football is no good. It's been 5 years of this. And for me, there is absolutely no evidence based off what we've seen now and the point with which we should be at under a 5-year tenure of a coach implementing standards and principles and tactics and fundamentals and a mindset and a mentality. If it's at this point now, there's simply no evidence to suggest that it's ever going to get better under him. It's as simple as that.
Fair comments, mate. No, it's fair.
So
Buckle
it's
up,
frustrating,
maybe.
but we get North Melbourne on Friday night, likely without Tristan Jerry, and
Yeah.
you just hope we can go 2-2 just for the sake of all of us to get some sort of winning feeling
Something.
and winning momentum after having the life sucked out of you again.
Mate, thank you very much for your contribution.
The pleasure is always mine, and I hope that the fan cams goes great, even though it's after another frustrating loss. And if I don't see everybody beforehand, have a very, very happy Easter this weekend. I know you and the crew celebrate it. Are you a little bit later this year again, or are you on par with that? Okay.
We do it on when there's Anzac Day, the Greeks.
Okay,
So,
lovely. Nice. Very nice. Well, happy Easter to everybody. And if I don't see you before then, go Blues.
Go Blues, mate.
Very.
That was Paul Sebastiani. All right. Aurea with the $5 donation. I think we are tanking for Walker. Then we can use the first round picks for another talent, adding two more top talents. Fair. I mean, we already have 2 first round picks. We have our own, and we have the Sydney first round pick. So, okay. $10 from Smacey. I said at halftime, this is when the real game begins. And look what happened. It's not even upsetting at this point. It's just typical. Love your work. Liked what I saw from Byrne. Keep him in. Yeah, I also loved what I saw from that kid. Sammy boy.
Why do we do this, Terry? Hey? Why do we do this? We're just looking and just, I don't know, man, walked out of the house, just looking out there having a smoke. That's as... Mate, that was heartbreaking. You know what the worst part is? I was at home. The missus was cooking up a nice meal, and she's like, "Oh, you guys lost again." Yep. She doesn't know nothing about footy, yeah? And she goes, "Yeah, aren't you used to it by now? Like, why don't you just follow another team?" Jesus Christ, this.
I mean, honestly, it has gotten to that point where I've even told people, I'm like, honestly, like just for your own good, if you need to take the year off or 2 years off, and then when they start showing some sort of trustworthiness, jump back on, like I wouldn't blame you. Like I get, like you do have to kind of take ownership of your own emotions. And if the thing that is, the thing that you're choosing to react in that way over continues to give you the same thing, then could be time for a break.
Eric, I'm going to North's game with a couple of mates of mine, and I'm shitting bricks. I wasn't. Last. I'm like, you know what? We have a week off. We're going to come back. We should be 50-50 against Melbourne. I didn't get to watch the first half of the game, so when I saw the scores, I'm like, wow, because I didn't see how the scores were coming up. I'm like, this is awesome. Came home and got to watch the second half, which is always fun. So what are we doing about North? You reckon we're going to win that one?
I was saying earlier, I watched them closely last night, and the way that they butcher the ball as well, it's the same. I mean, I know that we butcher the ball, but they also butcher the ball really badly. And I came away from watching that last night thinking we can beat them. Plus, Tristan Sherry wiped the blood on McGrath, so I'm pretty sure he'll be suspended. So there's a few things in our favor. We're pretty healthy as a list, but again, this was all before I saw what happened today. And the thing with us, we invite pressure. Teams that we And it wasn't even we should beat Melbourne today because we weren't the favourite. So, like, I still thought we should have beat. I still thought we were good enough to beat Melbourne today, regardless of what the external said. I just went into today saying we're better around the midfield. We're stronger around the midfield. We can assert dominance. And we did that. I just kept forgetting the part about what happens after we assert dominance, because then there's more game to play and we invite pressure, we panic, we go away from what worked in the first half, first quarter, and then we get caught in this loop. This cycle, it's the loop. They just haven't been able to find a way to break it. And I don't even know what the thing is. Like, what's the circuit breaker? Because I don't think it's coach. I think any coach would have the same issue with the mentality of the psyche of the group. Now, maybe another coach could better prepare them and say the right words that they need to hear.
I don't know, Terry. I mean, like, I'd have to blame the coach, to be honest with you, because you know, like, if you when you watch the game, you can see the changes that they're making and you can see why they're making it, but then you can't quite make sense of what we're doing and why we're changing things we are changing. Like, you get what I mean? Like, things that don't work, stop pursuing it. Heal it on Pickett. Absolutely.
Oh, man. So I watched Pickett run around. And do whatever he wanted today.
He ripped us. Like, he absolutely ripped us. Like, at what point do you turn around and say, you know what, mate, put someone on him? I'm sorry. I'd hate any player to get hurt, but put someone on him that's going to bloody hurt him and make him scared to get near the ball. The guy was literally dancing in that field. Did you see him? He was dancing. It's like he had all the time in the world. He didn't give a shit. He didn't respect us. Like, they're not going to fucking get me. Watch what I'm going to do to him. And he did it. He did as he pleased. That's very, very disappointing, Terry. And it just keeps going on and on and on and on. I feel sorry for these kids. Terry, it was like exactly like what you said. You know, I was feeling sorry for Bryce Gibbs, Mark Murphy. I was feeling sorry for, Wittering. I'm feeling sorry for Cripps. Like, each time we get these brilliant kids and what happens to them. Like, this, of course, it's going to wear them down mentally, physically. I mean, Patrick's all banged up. You can see he can't even bloody run, the poor bugger. This is sad state. Well, this is a very sad state that we're in at the moment. I mean, they gave us a bit of a hope when they done the preseason games, and we're like, yeah, it's a preseason game, but look at what they're doing. Look at the kids, and then now we're, I don't know. Yeah, Terry, what are we doing? How do we get out of this, Terry? Come on, give us some hope. Say something.
I got nothing.
Anyway,
Sammy,
Terry,
you're a star, mate.
At least we got you, and we can all do the therapy group together, because this is what it feels like. We just do a therapy class after a defeat, and then we go on. And as much as we say, I can't do this anymore, we'll go to the games. We'll watch next game. We'll support our team, and just hope for the best, man. And because I don't know what can change to make it better, but let's just hope for the best, I guess.
Yeah. Go well, Sammy.
All right, mate. Take it easy.
See ya. What can we do? It's a great question. LS with the $10 says, rinse and repeat of the first two games. We can bang on about Voss forever, but the leaders of this club have been doing this for years before he came. Shout out to Neds for offering $9 for Melbourne at halftime. Yeah, fair. Robbie. Robbie? Can't hear you. Still can't hear you.
Hello.
All right. Whiskey Club.
How good's that music? They should have. Joe and Damo would have been happy if they played that at 3/4 time instead of the car karaoke. They should have played that all the way through.
Wow, imagine we would all be singing that at 3/4 time. We
Or
would
hugging
actually be
and
belting it.
spilling our
We would be
beers.
belting that out.
44-1. That's a hell of a score.
Yeah.
Was as unexpected as the amount we lost by, to be honest. Even when it was getting close and we all knew Melbourne was going to win, I didn't expect the run of goals there in that last 3 minutes or so.
I'll give you some more numbers. You ready for this?
There you go.
Carlton, this is from Sench Footy. Shout out Sench. Carlton in quarter 1 and quarter 2 this season. So Carlton in first halves, 137 to 66. Carlton in second halves this season, 84 to 237.
Fuck, that's some big scores. That is some mass. And I took the kids today because it's beautiful football weather. I mean, we couldn't have asked for better weather. MCG, grass was perfect. Crowd was there, which I was surprised about. I actually thought, when I was parking, this is going to be 30,000 of us here, 40,000 of us. Melbourne never show up. And I tell you, the Melbourne supporters, you couldn't see them, but you could hear them. Yeah, that last quarter, you knew they were coming. And I just kept watching. Whenever they kicked the goal, two things I noticed. One was after the 3/4 huddle and the car karaoke finished, we were still in the huddle. Melbourne had already set up. They'd done their thing. You kind of got the feeling like that was a standover tactic. Like, we already know what we have to do.
Yep.
Right? It's enough talking. Let's just play the game. It would have been like, I don't know, maybe it felt like a minute, but it's probably 20 seconds that we were still in that huddle looking at those stupid fucking magnets on the board. No idea what they said because they didn't do anything different. If anything, they did worse. But yeah, I thought that was a really big thing by Melbourne. And like you said earlier, teams have said for a while, if you just stick at it, eventually you should overrun the boys.
It's true.
It's
true. Yeah, the truth
yeah.
is,
Made me think of Cripper, it's like in Batman when they say live long enough to become the villain. He's just done it for so long and the expectation is so high that when he keeps running into players when he gets the ball, and it's a setup half the time, a player's in trouble, they give it to him even though there's two players on him, or he thinks he can take them on, which usually he can. But yeah, poor bloke. The new game style, what we're trying to play, when he's in and around the contest and he flicks that ball out, it looks like the same old Crip, the superstar, the champion. But anytime he's on the outside, I worry because it feels like his head's slipping both ways, trying to keep up with the speed. And you can't blame him, like he's a giant. And he's done his dash. Body's broken, But yeah, it feels like when you're there in the crowd, it's a bit of he gets the cheers that he gets when he gets tackled by the opposition. That you hear him a lot more than you used to, that's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Is it a good thing or a bad thing that we have a 5-day break? I don't even know.
I mean, for us as supporters, it's a good thing because, football media is going to eat this for breakfast. Like you said, we thought the Sunday afternoon game was going to leave us in obscurity, but definitely hasn't now.
There's nowhere to hide. We could try and hide.
Be talking about.
We try and hide. We can't.
I mean, like, dude, it's 44-1. How you couldn't hide if this was a Saturday afternoon game and the rest of the competition had upsets. It's
not even like we're putting ourselves in winning positions and we can't win the close ones. It's not even we play well for 3 quarters and we're letting it slip. We're 40 plus points up. We're 7 goals up in a game.
Yeah.
at any
But,
point in time.
You know what I mean? 2023, definitely. It felt like there was a system in place that we had, and this is with Voss, where we were able to hold on to games. You know, like there was a thing where even if it was the last 10 minutes or last 5 minutes, whatever it is, you know, it's the old ice sign or the Cade Simpson hold the ball up, Chris Judd hold the ball up. But it felt like we were better at it at the start of his tenure, and we've gotten worse as we go along. Better at getting leads, for sure, but dropping the head and losing leads. Like when we kicked a couple, when Elijah kicked the one the other way, and then there was a little passage of play on the MCC side right in front of me, and we kind of, when Carroll kicked that goal, it was like 15-meter pass, a bit of a look up, you know, 35-degree angle, a little 10-meter pass, and then Carroll gets that ball, launches it. And I thought, see, they haven't lost it. They got it. Like, they know what they need to do. Keep doing what we've been doing. We have enough of an edge. You know, even if it's a shootout from now, like we're 30 points up. Fine. Let it be 120 and to 90. But it just stopped being a shootout. They, you know, the rubber, the green, I always talk about it. You know, they punch the ball. It flings up in the air, 10 meters to the side, lands right in front of the opposition player. He picks it up with one hand. They kicked 5 behinds in a row in the first quarter. They couldn't miss in the second half. Could not miss in the second. And we gave them easy shots because we let them mark 35 out, 30 out, right in front, gave free kicks. But they literally could not hit the side of a barn in the first half, and that's pressure.
Yeah,
and they just didn't feel that.
Yeah, it's interesting. The game of footy, it's just such a beautiful, beautiful game. So, you know, we do well early. The D's don't capitalize in the second quarter. And then, you know, the tide starts turning. And then all of a sudden, those 50-50 calls that maybe were going our way don't go our way. And the ones that didn't go our way happen late. Like, I think they pinned Frankie Evans for holding the ball. The replay
that should have been a high.
But it's like, you're not blaming the umpires because the work that we could have done before that wasn't done. So it's at that point, the game's the game. It evens out. You get some, then the other team gets some. And so I'm kind of
like they have a sniff. They can feel it, Melbourne. We then kick 2, get 20 points ahead, and somehow manage to lose by 20. Like this isn't 44-1 to the end of the game. This is the last quarter we're talking about of footy where, and at that point, you were there, we got loud. We could feel it again. Sick of these Melbourne MCC in the corner people yelling out after they kicked their goals. The Carlton cheer squad got up and about, and the players just didn't reciprocate.
Mate, so I was at the function today, and in the road directly in front of me at the start of the game, there was 6 Demons fans, right? 6 of them. Quarter time, they disappeared. They did not return to their seats. So it was awesome. Had no one in front of me, great view. Third quarter, nowhere to be seen. 5 minutes to go in the game, fourth quarter, all 6 of them start sitting in front of me. I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, don't worry about where I've been. Just worry that I'm here now. That's
fair weather supporters. We are not fair weather supporters, and that's to our detriment. Fair weather supporters, like St Kilda fans. But anyway, Melbourne, Gorn got his winning his 250th. We can't blame Melbourne. They're going to do what what their job is, which is try and win a game of football. It's our job to win a game of football. They did their job better than we did. And Paolo said perfectly, Lewis Young gets set up. Like, this bloke takes courageous marks.
Yeah, I thought he was excellent.
Right? When he's one out in the square.
Yeah.
And he gets shaky, but mate, you are setting a bloke up for failure when you know he hospital kicks it at the best of times, and you're giving it to him and leaving a paddock. And every Melbourne player knew, so they went in front of the ball because they knew that he would launch it up high. The ball would end up being a 50-50 contest on the floor, and they would do their little bullshit punch and handball and flick around, and it would come right back like a boomerang. Like, how do you not have a bloke coming up behind him when Melbourne gives all that space? Make him pay. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, bring the players in, draw those midfielders and forwards towards you. You get that space in the middle. You don't have to overlap and be fancy and Jagger Smith it over the head. You just have to hit one target, hit another target, and maybe get it forward.
I've been watching a lot of the footy around the league, and most teams have like a ball receiver, a guy that wants the ball and they look to get the ball, especially in the back half to help run. I mean, talk about, Lockie Ash for the Giants, Wangani Miller for the Saints. Like, they get the ball in that person's hands out of D50. Who is that? Who is that player? Who is the closest thing to that player for us?
Well, we normally use Sard. We did, and I felt like he was rushing himself with no pressure a lot of the times. But that should be Walsh. Like, why does Walsh need to be tucked up high when he could be there? Like, and I'm using this is an example, like a one play example. But when the shit hits the fan and it's balls to the wall and they're coming and they miss and they hit it behind and we want to make them pay, making them pay is not going slow down the line and using Lewis Young to hospital kick it 45 metres high and 35 metres forward to hopefully get Harry Mackay, poor bloke, happened maybe 6 or 7 times, to punch the thing out, run back to 50 to hope that the ball comes back to him and then make some kind of contest,
Yep.
I was saying before, I just want to say one thing before I go. Obviously, I watch every game, but the Richmond game, Sydney game, a bloke said it to me. The Richmond game, I thought I'd watch and see if he was right. This game, he's 100% right. We don't have players that can kick through the ball. Matt Carroll did it today, and he's the perfect example of a good kick for our team. But teams know, because I know, and I'm no genius in football, that we don't have players that are going to go for goal from 60 out and kick it half post high. So they know they can just bombard us near the middle, flood the 50, and we're going to handball it or chip kick it as close as we can get, and they're going to rebound it straight back. You watch your Collingwoods, the St Kildas, which I hate to use as an example of a good team, Adelaide's. When we had Curnow, there was no way he was getting space 65 out.
Yeah.
Other teams have those players. We lack that player. Mackay doesn't have the cunt like Larky, which I don't really rate that high, but at least he wants to fight every single person when he doesn't get his way. Harry's happy to just lose a contest and move back down to the square. We lack players that want to kick through the ball, and if we have them on our side, why are we not using them that way?
Mate, love your work.
Hey,
thank you.
I'll be there. Be there on Friday, mate. 44-1. Whiskey, here we go.
Mate.
See you, mate.
Wow. Adrian Gallagher, Gags, thank you very much for the 10. Oh boy, Yuval.
It's been an interesting afternoon. I'm completely gutted, and I think this is one of the worst losses I think I've ever seen. Besides the loss against St Kilda, where Pagan put Favola on Fraser Gehring in the first quarter.
That was the worst?
Yeah, because I was there, and it was over by quarter time, and and St Kilda were sort of always our bitches, and now the table had turned, and this was sort of endemic about how low Carlton had become, the benchmark. And I think this is where I want to start today. Before the game, I got up this morning, I looked on The Age, there was an article by Jake Niall where he interviewed our CEO and the other bloke we got from Collingwood, blah, blah, blah. And it was basically a rerun of what they said on the Carlton page, how they don't want to sack Voss. They want to see improvement benchmarks, right? So that's stuck in my head, right? I want to see improvement benchmarks in the game, not at the end of the game when we forfeit a 44-point loss. 44-point lead, and then we lose by 4 goals, so a 60-point turnaround. Then before the game, I'm watching Channel 7, the pre-game blah, blah, and they had the stats where we're the worst in the league at all the stats that win you games, all the stats at play on from marks, all the stats from scoring from turnover, all the stats that win you games. Not the
today?
stats.
Today.
Today. It was on Channel 7. Yeah, you were at the game. Yeah, you're at the game, but, they were going through it. So basically they laid out everything that's wrong with us, everything that Carlton has to do to win the game, right? And they start off the game and it's business as usual. We're 44 points up, blah, blah, blah. I was sitting in on Pommy's watch-along. Pommy was bagging me for being the king of negativity. I said, Pommy, I'll shut up. I'll come back when my negativity will be actually realism, because that will happen in the third quarter. Problem was, it started happening in the end of the second quarter, which one of a previous person said. We watch it unfold. We're given the stats. We know what's wrong. We know what's statistically wrong, and yet we don't correct it. And then that goes back to that article that I read earlier in the morning from our CEOs, and they're saying, well, we want to see, benchmarks of improvement. They're not happening, right? So it's the end of Voss.
Yeah, I guess the question
It's the end of Voss. It's the end of Voss. That's the bottom line. And there's a lot of players. Look, I came up with this idea. We have too many what I call momentum terrorists, players that thwart our momentum in the game, but they're terrorists because their lack of energy to thwart momentum infects the whole team in real time, in milliseconds. Like, we all watch it. It's not something you can bullshit. We are all watching this, and it drives us mad. It's like watching a massacre unfold. And, you want to jump out on the field and go, I'll take the mark. I'll take the kick. I don't want to see Harry take the mark and miss it, or McGovern take a mark in the front, set shot and miss it. All right, he'll kick one 5 minutes later, but we needed him to kick it then, when we had the momentum to fucking put these cunts away, and then as we say, we make it hard to win. We make it impossible to stop momentum. And we never, look, we knew going into this game, we've got to thwart Gawn, we've got to thwart Cozzy, and we've probably got to pay more respect to Fridge. And we didn't. We didn't.
These guys need a half a footy to beat us. I mean, do you remember last year? I think it was Heaney and Chad Warner. First half, we quelled them. Second half, that's all that they needed. It's
first game of the year.
I mean, there was the first game of the year, but I remember last year when we were at the SCG, remember, like, Heaney and Warner hadn't done much in the first half, and then in the second half they had whatever. Like,
and when I called up to last game against Richmond, Laylor, the guy's just a second-year player, but he's got us worked out. Teams have got us worked out. Next week we're playing North. I remember in 2022, I was watching, it was an Anzac Day game, and they had, the cameras were in, Fox had the cameras, and Clarko was basically going, Carlton aren't that good. Even though we won by 4 goals that day, they came back. They've worked us out now. Like that game last year that they just thumped us, they've worked us out. They're going to thump us next week because there's 2 things. One, Clarko now has given them the confidence, because he's a premiership coach, 4 times premiership coach. He knows how to win. He knows, how to win, but he knows the psychology of the teams, how to beat them. You know what I mean?
You watched them last night?
I didn't watch it. I was at a gig in North Melbourne, but people were like cheering and going nuts. But
yeah,
they were pretty good against Essendon.
No, they weren't.
Well, they still put them away. They put them away.
I watched that game last night thinking, geez, they are shitting it out here. Who can outshit the other one?
They're going to outshit us, mate. Larky's going to kick a bag next week.
We'll see.
Zerha's going to get a few. Mate, I don't want to be Nostradamus. I'm telling you, he knows. And Clarko will outcoach Voss at any rate, any day of the week, mate.
Yeah.
And Harry's not going to kick 6 goals next week. He's not going to kick 6 goals next week. Pink. I go to work every day with a North Melbourne supporter, and he goes, we've got Zeri. He's like the best ruckman. He's as good as Gawn. He's nearly as good as Gawn.
Yeah,
they've got some good defenders. Pink and the other guy. They got rid of Harry Mackay's brother. They got rid of Ben Mackay because he was shit.
I don't know if Sherry's playing next week. Might get suspended.
Oh, that's right. He'll be out. Okay. Well, that'll help us. But they've got other guys playing well. They've got Zerha and Larky. Larky kicks bags against us. He's done it a few times. And they did it quite convincingly last year. Again, we were up by, 40 points against them, remember? It was something like that, or 35 points, and they beat us. We fell asleep in the second quarter. And it seems to always happen in the second quarter. Even if we've got a 35-point lead at the second quarter, we lose the quarter. We lost the second quarter, and we lost every quarter after that. And the benchmark from where I said in the beginning was like, all right, can we win maybe 3 quarters? But we couldn't do that. So we keep failing, and it's a coaching thing and it's a player thing. We keep playing players that shouldn't be played. We keep rewarding mediocrity. And
who else shouldn't have played today?
Well, I don't know. We could have, everyone goes, well, I don't know, Lewis Young, probably Kemp. Kemp didn't deserve to play this week. Kemp was terrible. And Chesser, oh my God, fuck me.
All right.
So, thanks.
Good stuff.
Next week. Look, I'm a Carlton supporter, but I'll probably switch. If we lose next week, I'm not watching anymore, Like I said, when I was a member 10 years ago, I said, I'll pay my membership when you do your job, which is to win games of footy. That's all I want. I want them to win games of footy, make the finals, and be consistent, not predictable.
All right, mate.
Not predictably bad.
Cheers.
So,
all right. Thank you very much to everyone who has waited patiently. I will get to each and every single one of you. Dean, hello, sir.
Sounds like we should all buy a North Melbourne membership, mate.
That'll be me wrapped up with a bow if we lose next week.
Well,
that'll be it. That'll be it.
It's not looking good, but do you know, I was listening. I play the radio through my speakers. I don't like quite often I don't like the television commentary, so I put the 3AW through because you can sync it now. There's got a delay function where you can sync it properly with the picture, and it's the first time, this was in the first half, I've ever heard commentary that went along these lines where Carlton are great, Carlton are fantastic, Carlton are dominating around the ball, probably should be further ahead on the scoreboard, but they're all over Melbourne. But you know what? It's not the second half yet. Like, so basically I've never heard a commentary team do this. Like, they were just dismissing the 7-goal lead, and it was like, you know what though? It's the second half. It's the second half. Let's wait and see. Let's wait for the second half.
I mean, even the people I was sitting around, it was in the air. I think everyone, I think most people were thinking it as well. Like everyone was kind of waiting for the third quarter to see what had changed.
But I could pick it watching them at home. I could see it, 10 minutes before half time. I mean, those last entries that we fluffed into the forward line, I think Hayward did one of them. But that was fatigue. Like, this is the thing for me, and I think Paul Sebastiani and a few others have kind of said it. Like, despite all the stuff that we thought we saw in the pre-season, or we were sort of fed by the club, I mean, this coach, he hasn't fundamentally changed the way we play, mate. Our scores were basically as a result of winning around, typical Carlton, winning around the ball, winning territory, pressing forward, keeping the ball on the forward line. And then quite often when we were defending and we were going back the other way, we've got like 16 players in the opposition's back line. There was no one forward. Like even well into the second quarter, you could see it starting. No one forward of the ball to take that overlap handball or the kick. So you can kind of see
that
it
one
coming.
make sense too, right? Because we've got numbers behind the ball. We're there. We're represented. But for some reason, we still don't have a guy that can run behind the man on the mark and handball receive. Make sense.
But even when that happens, you could see they kind of had to stop on the wing because the next layer is kind of not there. So I mean, again, that's just coaching. I mean, and some people will say, "Oh, well, you can't expect, an evolution like that over one summer." But I say, look at Melbourne. I mean, they're probably going to get better, and they're not going to be the best team. They might be bottom six, and I know they got whacked over in Perth last week. But 2 out of 3 games, you've got a pretty good litmus test that Stephen King has dramatically transformed them, and they're probably going to lose more games than they win this year. But I've got to tell you, they're moving the ball better than us. And as someone else said, I think today was our best team we had in terms of ball movement by foot. Like, it was pretty good.
Well, that first quarter, I mean, the way we used the width of the ground to get Harry in space for his first goal. I mean, Francis Evans, some of his entries were awesome. It's like, it just went away. The width of the ground was no longer used, and when it was used, it was slow behind.
Yeah.
The switch was slow, and then, I mean, I went to training during the week, and I remember, or was it the week before, and I saw them doing this particular drill where they had 3 seconds to get rid of the ball, make a decision, and go. So, I mean, I'm watching them do this drill. You get to game day, and they freeze, and you're like. So,
but how was that drill executed? Was it executed well at training?
Yeah, I mean, well enough. I mean, obviously, training is never going to replicate the full intensity of game day pressure.
Yeah.
So it's, I would be stunned if the coaches and that group inside aren't seeing what we're seeing, and they aren't putting. It's just whatever they're implementing to fix it. Ain't sticking, ain't working, ain't being listened to. Mate, we're repeating ourselves. This is a repeat job.
Well, the biggest concern is, I look at a player like, I forget about the kids that are just coming in, but say Will Hayward. I remember Will Hayward at the Swans. Like every time I seemed to watch a Swans game or when the Swans played us, he was a pretty good player, and I know it's only 3 games, but it's the Will Hayward I'm seeing playing for Carlton is not the Will Hayward that used to play for Sydney. And I know we're not as good as Sydney, but it just worries me that we're just trashing, all these players. I mean, I hear people sort of saying, get rid of, drop Ainsworth, he's not good enough. But I mean, that's just nonsense. I mean, Ainsworth's becoming Jesse Motloff. I mean, this guy's just doing sprints, sprint runs up and down the ground. That's not what he should be doing in the side. Yes, he's a lead up, whatever you call it, high forward. But apart from that, mate, he's just doing sprints, cardio, up and down the ground. We're killing him. Yeah. Killing him. And then I start to worry about the younger players coming in because it's like a virus,
It is.
I'm big on the leaders on field. And I don't want to. There's no point picking out individual players, but even today, like Sam Walsh, I think was our highest possession getter today. But I thought a lot of his disposals were really untidy, for a player like him. And, handballs behind players when they're running past. Should have kicked that goal. I mean, it's not fair, but you've got to expect. I think you're entitled to expect more.
Yeah, your leaders have got to lead.
Yeah. McGovern was great in the first quarter, kicks 2 goals, but geez, mate, you got to kick that one before half time. You just got to. Brody Kemp, the shot in the second quarter, like he doesn't even get it within the area of out of the full.
Kemp had one of those games where he just kept going to ground, and that's always a sign of a player that's just lost confidence. When they're attacking the footy, and seemingly every contest, I'll watch the replay, unfortunately, but I reckon he went to ground most times. He was around a contest. He just couldn't keep his feet, couldn't be strong. So there's the question: is it you restructure and bring in a Flynn Young who is showing some really consistent goal kicking form? So I don't know.
Well,
maybe it's too many. You got Evans in there, you got Taylor Byrne in there, you got these guys. So
I think you got to reward form, though. I mean, that's what we've spoken about previously. So I mean, you got to reward form. But I mean, we started to see like Elijah started to come good today. So you start to get a bit excited and think, oh yeah, he's starting to come on. But it's
what's that game? You whack one of them and like the other one pops up.
Oh,
like,
the heads that pop up. Yeah.
You get Elijah, you nail Elijah. Just needed to get some form. You find Elijah, and then the next problem.
Yeah. It's so true, but it just I don't know. Friday's a worry. I mean, it is I think Sherry. By the way, what's your opinion on that?
I think he'll get a week. I think he'll be suspended. Yeah, because he
only a week. You think?
Or at least. I think he'll be suspended. You can't wipe blood on a face. You can't wipe blood like on someone's face. I remember when Buckley did it to Cameron Ling, and he like wiped it on his jumper. But you can't be wiping blood on a face. Like you just
because say he had a spat in a player's face, right? What would you give for that? For spitting in a player? Was that just a week, or is that more? So I reckon that's more than a week.
Someone, I reckon you're giving at least 2 or 3, at least.
Yeah, well, see, spitting or blood to me it's bodily fluid, mate. Whether you're rubbing your blood, it's disgusting.
Yeah,
it's absolutely disgusting, and I reckon he should be copping 3 plus a fine. If he gets a week, I reckon that's just light. I don't care if people are going to say, "Oh God, that's just soft, mate." You can't. That's foul. That is disgusting. That's the same as spitting in someone's face. You can't do that. Anyway. Mate, I know you've got other people. Thanks for letting me have a chat. at least the Blizzard kicked a goal with his first kick. That was something.
No, I did think of you when he came on. He was excellent. All
right, mate.
Cheers, mate. See ya. All right, let's move along. Harrison.
G'day, Taz. First time on.
Yeah, I thought so. Welcome to your very first fan cams, mate. After a disappointing loss.
I wish it was under better circumstances. But good Lord. It's just, who didn't see that coming? Like...
No, well, I didn't see that coming. Pre-game anyway. I mean...
Not to the extent, but good Lord.
Third quarter maybe, but pre-game... I actually thought pre-game, this will be a tough, stressful game, and we'll, win by, I was saying 17 points.
I think in my mind, like I was sitting there at halftime and I was all fizzed up and about, and I said, you know what, we might put them away here. What a fool I am.
How old are you? You don't mind me asking?
20 this year. And I've dealt with this shit for 20 years.
It's interesting because so when I started doing this, I was 26 or 27, right? And I was kind of like that newish gen.
Yeah.
Been born in the 90s and watch what I'd watch, salary cap, all that stuff. And I made this comment a few weeks ago, like there is the next generation now after me that's sort of come through, and like I'm Unk now and you're the front of center. You guys, I think pushing in the chat as well. Like you guys are the next wave coming through. And it's interesting because like, what's your perception of the Carlton Football Club? Like, what does it mean? Define it.
I have my mum who's a Carlton supporter, and she's the reason that I do go and support the club. But for me, all I've known is pain and suffering. That's all I've known. I've known Carlton as a struggling football club. And when I hear the older heads who saw the glory days, I'm like, that's a foreign concept to me. It's like looking at like stories and like fiction that isn't real to me. So when I went to the game with two of me best mates who are both Melbourne supporters, thankfully they were merciful on me. But yeah, to me this is just the normal. Like, I think one of them said to me, like, dude, you seem overly calm about this, or like I'd be fuming. And I'm like, this is so typical.
What's your first memory? What year? When does it kick in?
I do thankfully remember the Richmond elimination final. I remember watching it on TV with the family, and I was about 7 or so. I was born in 2006. So, yeah, that's probably one of the earlier memories. I do remember vividly, I remember Chris Judd's look away, hand pass to Judd goal very, very vividly in my mind. But I have photos from when I was a small kid, like with Fev and Juddy and Murph, Walker, all those types. And yeah, like seeing them, I think when they retired really hurt, because like I grew up watching them and they
You got the
didn't
back end
see
of these-
anything.
You got the
Yeah, I
back
saw
end of those guys, and then
I saw the back end of like Walker, Juddy, those kinds of players, and Fev. But Murph
and then you
was.
were sold the rebuild, and you were front and center for the rebuild.
I take the piss out of that that membership graphic. They know we're coming. Oh my god! Like I think there's an interview with Jack Viney of Melbourne kids who grew up supporting Melbourne, and when they finally won the flag, they said, "Oh, like you kids can go to school on Footy Colours Day and wear Melbourne jumpers with pride." I didn't have that ever. If I wore a Carlton jumper to school, I'd get flamed.
Damn.
Yeah, so yeah, this game was very typical. Like sitting here, like I'm pretty level-headed as a person usually, but the footy I'm pretty fizzed up a lot of the time. But
yeah,
unbelievable to be honest. Like I think the lack of presence and the feeling of danger when it comes to any one of our players possessing the football just absolutely does my head in. Because like your likes like your Cozzy, your Nick Watson, your bloody Jamie Elliott, all those players, whenever they have the football in their 50, there is a sense of panic, there's a sense of danger of this guy will pull something miraculous and will put so much pain onto the defense. The only time we ever had that today was when Ben Ainsworth snapped his goal, and we'd never see it again. It's just so frustrating.
Yeah, it's like psychologically we go into that protection mode, and then psychologically you look at the Ds. It's a very different mindset, and a very powerful mindset when you have the unknown, which is what's about to happen, and then you have on one end I'm scared of making a mistake and losing this for my team, or like the fear of losing. And then on the other end, you have I don't give a fuck what the result is. I am going to go for it. And I think that was a really key difference here. And once the D started finding some momentum they're 40 points down. So they're obviously going to make a response, and they're going to give something a shot. And then once it starts catching fire, you just watch. The 60-point turnaround, they win by 4 goals.
I don't understand. I was sitting there and I was screaming at the top of my lungs, even though I am currently sick. And I'm surprised I even went, to be honest. But I was just like yelling, just saying, what the actual fuck happens in that change room?
Yeah.
I would love to be a fly on the wall to see the vibe and how our leaders at our football club, which only Carlton in the chat right now is saying we don't have any, which fair assessment, to be honest, that what are we doing? Like, where's the composure? And go back to the system, go back to what we know works, go back to what we've been doing to have put a 44-1 gap on the Melbourne Football Club. And like, it just dissipates. It's like, it's such a quick turnaround of like a complete shutdown. I don't understand where it comes from.
Oh, it's going to be a long year.
It's going to be a long year. I was saying to my two mates who I did go with that it did feel very, very much like the old days of Bolton and Teague, and just the lack of system and like structure, like just the same repetitive kick, long, slow play, no composure, no willingness to say, oh, we've just copped a punch in the mouth from this team that we've just stacked on 40 points. We're not going to take that, and we're going to hit you right back. Yeah. They don't have that. I was saying in the chat as well, like, we have a cowardice losing mindset, and I think Dino said it, that it's a virus. It spreads through the players.
Yeah, it's infectious.
Like Will Hayward, I was so high on him when we were looking at him a few years ago, but he eventually signed on at Sydney, is that he is like an absolute danger around goal. And when he's come here, our system and our little disease in this club has just sucked up all his magic that he had at the Swans. And it's like he's a shell of himself.
Yeah. Yeah, they haven't gelled. They haven't slotted in. I'm trying to think which of the recruits has really settled.
Like, I don't mind Florent and what he's doing. I think he's definitely
he's tougher than what I thought.
Yeah, he's got a good spine on him. He's not afraid to like get in the face of the opposition and say, I'm not gonna be pushed around, you don't fuck with me. I'm gonna take the game on and give it some dash and give it some run. And he's a smart footballer. He uses the ball well, from what I've got from him. But like the whole player of being able to launch off the halfback, we just do not have. And like, I think the closest that we do have is a Jordan Boyd. And I honestly do not know what Jordan Boyd has done that the selection board just fucking despises him. What does the man have to do?
So the question is, play this out with me, right? Jordan Boyd. Sure. Yeah. He actually didn't play VFL today. He was carried over as the emergency, which kind of sucks because he doesn't get the chance to put in a performance and push. So today in that back line, who should he have played instead of? Because we're obviously prioritizing Carroll and Cowan, Wiedering and Harry Dean. Williams is back there. Like, Florent is back there. Like today,
I think probably the closest to that could fit into Jordan Boyd does. Like, Jordan Boyd's one of our best field kicks in the whole squad. Like, he hits absolute darts. Even at training when I come and watch, like, he's just hitting out lasers. Probably the closest person that you could even put on, like, to replace what he does and the effect that he does and the damage he can cause off the halfback is an Ollie Florent and maybe even a Zach Williams. But I preferred Zachy when he was down forward. Like, he just looks so much more comfortable in his own zone, and he looks a lot more dangerous. And like, he brings in the other small forwards and makes them more dangerous as well. Which
the thing is, we brought in Hayward and Ainsworth to play those roles with Taylor Byrne and Francis Evans. And I think we need run off the halfback, which Zach Williams gives us in the first half.
Yeah. Like, it is a bit of a weird one with Zachy when it comes to what we want him to do.
Yeah.
And I think if Hayward and Ainsworth don't get some consistency under their belt and start putting on goals on the scoreboard, then what was the actual fucking point of bringing them on? Like, Zachy was doing his role and putting on goals. And like, I always remember that Port Adelaide game over in Adelaide when we knocked them off, I think a couple of years ago. And Zachy was electric. Like, he just flicked the switch and he just like clicked in that forward line. Like, he was crumbing every ball and just slotting them from ridiculous angles.
Yeah.
Like, I do, like, again, I wish we had that spark, that dangerousness about us. Because, like, I could, like, again, I'm a footy nuffy and I'm around a lot of people who love football. And no one gives a fuck about us and what we do. Like, we are not threatening to any team. And I can guarantee you, with the Kangaroos getting a win over the Bombers, like last night, Clarko is going to wind them up and see what we have done. And the game last year where they pumped the shit out of us, that didn't just come from like just out of nowhere. Like, teams are aware that we will fold because we have a shit mindset and no spine when it comes to putting teams away.
Hmm.
And I've dealt with this for the whole 20 years that I've been alive.
Yeah, all right. Well, we'll just have to front up, sit through it again next week, eh?
Yep, Good Friday. Definitely going to be enjoying the good feast that Mum's going to cook up. Always good time of year. And hopefully we can raise some good money for the kids as well.
Yeah.
I think people sometimes forget about that aspect of it. It's not just a football game. It's a lot more important when it comes to kids and the struggles that we're going through. Again, I'm complaining about a football game, and there's actual small children who are fighting for their life at the moment. So hopefully we can get a good raise of money. I guess that does entail teams kicking goals. So I'm going to put that onto Larky to kick a bag if we don't sort our shit together.
Yeah. Well, thanks for calling in, man. Appreciate it.
Of course, Tez. You have a good one.
Shlomir Baraket with $2 says, we haven't had a serious leader since Judd. Fact. BK.
G'day, mate. How you going?
Yeah. 2 hours. I don't even know where the time's gone, but we're 2 hours in.
Yeah, it flies when you're having fun and all that, eh? I actually did want to start off, though, I went to the game today. I've been listening to fan cams, and I actually want to give the fans a pat on the back. I don't know about where you were sitting, mate, but, I did not hear any fans say really out-of-pocket stuff. I didn't hear the usual gasps and groans and stuff. I actually think that, and then, at the train station waiting to go home, I think that the fans have actually kind of held themselves in quite good regard. I didn't listen to 3AW or SEN or anything, so who knows what's going on over there. But the fans I've encountered have actually held themselves in good esteem, which I think is very impressive because we don't always. So I think that today, given how the club decided to front up, I think we can at least pat ourselves on the back and say, hey, we did half of our job.
Well, I mean, I think the lead up to the game, and this is just my experience throughout the week doing the team show, there was a buzz. People were hoping that they would turn to the kids and give Burn a crack, not bring in the likes of the Blake Acres or these senior guys that they usually would rush in. So I think there was a general, okay, I'm on board with what you did at selection. Maybe Dirksen could have played potentially, but whatever. Burn was the one that really got everyone going, and it was authentic. It was an authentic energy from the playing group. We were all loving it on the team show Thursday, Friday, and
were you impressed with Dirksen in the twos today out of interest?
So I watched the first half closely, and then I had to take off. And so I was watching the second half on my phone. Yeah. I mean, I actually think if I'm comparing him, and in my view, it's going to be him or Lewis Young. I think he kicks the ball better than Lewis Young. I think generally he marks the ball better than Lewis Young, although today Lewis Young took some really good intercept marks, which usually he'll spoil. And, when Lewis Young keeps it simple and just spoils, he's got something there. And I forget the caller that called earlier, but okay, we know his limitations. Why doesn't someone run behind him and get the handball received?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I want to touch on two things today, but I'll start with the second, and it's actually what you're touching on now. I think that we expect a lot of our fringe players, not the foundational and structural guys. So like when I watch GWS, like someone that I think you could compare Lewis Young to, not this guy is better than him, but in a similar sort of vein, is Jack Buckley. Whitfield and Ash are constantly in that guy's back pocket so that he never has to kick unless it's a dump kick. And then I can't remember who said it earlier, but it's very telegraphed. If you go to Lewis Young in the pocket, you don't want him biting off a 45. So it's either he's switching back or he's going down the line. Those are the two options. And if he doesn't switch fast, it's down the line. Like, this is where you have to support your own guys and actually help them to succeed. Because he did do some nice things today, but it's all undone when you ask him to do shit that he shouldn't have to do.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of us do it. We ball watch as viewers. Yeah. Very rarely will someone come on here, for example, and talk about what's happening ahead of the guy with ball in hand, who's presenting for him, what space is being created, and it's. And then even just going to when the pressure's on, who wants the ball? Who's in the team, and how many do we have that have the attitude of, get me the fucking ball. I want it. The pressure's on, give me the ball and let me do something with it. I don't know if we've got too many. I mean, I thought Cowan had it in him. Today,
Elijah.
I've actually never seen Cowan do what he did today to that level, the panic booting. I rate this guy so highly. And he's in that transition of, is he a kid or is he not yet? He's 4th year in the system, 5th year. So I'm like, what can you rely on?
I was thinking about this earlier because I've always rated a lot of the trades that we did, for example, to lose Matt Kennedy. Matt Kennedy, we got Harry O'Farrell for, like the pick that we got for Ken has turned into that. So to me, that's a massive and obvious win as a trade. However, what we have not done is fill in the leadership behind. And I was thinking about this earlier today. So after the usual, so the 3 guys in the leadership group, so Weeders, Cripps, and Walshy, there's really not that many others that you would say with a lot of confidence could make a leadership group at another club. And this isn't me having a go at anyone specifically. It's more
I get
saying,
what you're saying. Yeah, I get that.
Where was us trying to backfill those losses? Like, I remember there was a rumor years ago that we were after someone like Charlie Cameron, like he was mildly gettable. And I was like, yeah, this is after his obvious absolute prime. I think it was maybe after the loss to Collingwood in 2023. And there's been some other players like that. And just like, yes, you need a guy in the room who knows what to do and is very happy to be the guy to do it. We don't have it. And so then it starts falling to guys like Lewis Young to set play up from the back line. And I don't want to harp on him for too long.
To me, when I look at the role that Young's playing, so he played on Van Rooyen today for the most part.
I thought he was good on him.
And people will choose what they want to believe in. So when I see Lewis Young playing on the opposition's dangerous forward, so, last week it was Tom Lynch. This week it was Jacob Van Rooyen, who going into the game, you're saying that's the guy that we've got to, stop. Jacob Wiedering would usually play that role. He didn't. For me, it's all set up for Jacob because it's like, mate, we're freeing you up. Lewis Young he'll be like the sacrifice and he'll take the dangerous forward. So I have an expectation for Wiedering to demand the ball, want it more, dominate more. Like we've been, it's so, but the criticism will be this week more on Lewis Young than on Jacob Wiedering. And I reckon that's wrong.
I completely agree. I think that it's wrong-headed. I know that the score blew out in the end. Melbourne had scored 60 points through 3 quarters. It's not. I'd even say it's not even the defense of the team. It's not the back line, and I don't think it's the whole of team defense. I think it's a little bit like in basketball, where if you're going down and you have a turnover, the ball gets stripped, or you take a really ill-advised shot, and they fast break on you, and it goes like that, and it's sort of like. I was thinking of I reckon between the second and the third quarter. Let's ignore the last because that was a write-off. Second and third quarter, I reckon we had the momentum for about 10 minutes. So they had 50 minutes. The back line held up. The defense largely holds up. The effort largely holds up. The thing that goes immediately is our ability to at least threaten in multiple ways. Like we are either go, 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 or just dump down the line. We lose like, I love the kick. Jagger is one of the main proponents of it. And I think Elijah does a little bit as well. They come out of a stoppage and they'll just look to the wing first going, if I have a nice, easy outlet, just take it and keep the ball moving with short, sharp, easy to execute passes that force their defense to have to move. Like little nice laterals. But that goes immediately. Someone else said it earlier, the hand pass chain's gone. And you kind of can't come back from that because you start ceding so much ground instead of the ball living in your forward half. It's so much easier for it to stay in theirs because we can't transition it out. There was 5-10 minute periods today where the ball did not cross the center circle. Like no team can be expected. Richmond in 2017 wouldn't be able to defend that. Like it's indefensible to have to play essentially a half of football with 10 minutes of break. And if people want to say that our backline is the problem, like fair enough, but I think we can all agree, them being good or bad, no one is succeeding in those circumstances. The thing that kills me, it is the lack of leadership. I remember in 2023, people saying how important Jack Martin was, and they were right because he was the only guy really confident to take a kick inside 50. And there is a little bit of that going on where, like, you know, we start breaking down because we can't hit the last target or whatever it happens to be. And I love a guy like Cripps. Obviously, we all do. He has always lacked a little bit for his foot skills when compared to the other elite players in the league, not regular players, but like, you know, the Bontempellis of the league, Nick Dacos, you know, these guys over the course of his career. He is one of the worst kicks for elite players. So when you turn to a guy and say, hey, man, we need you to do more, I find he does do the thing where he starts taking on more tackles because that's his one wood, but he gets himself caught. I think he got caught holding the ball twice in the third quarter today. It was just... It's not like him, but far out, I don't want to blame him. Like, carrying that load for so long. Oh, God.
It was all set up to not be in the spotlight.
It was. This goes back to something else. I want to change how this conversation is had as a rule. I don't think it's even debatable that it's mental anymore. And part of it is because we've seen them be good at times when there is the least amount of pressure. Like we saw the preseason games. I'm not pretending that that's bankable form, but just to hear it out. We've seen under no pressure in the preseason them do well. First half of every game so far, apart from today, where it was actually really only the first quarter, when the least amount of pressure is on. Then the pressure comes on and the folding commences. I am very big on that. It's not, I don't think that it's fair that it should fall at any one coach's feet, regardless of the name in the chair. But it is going to be Michael Voss's job to fix this. If he can't, he's gone. 3 games into the season, it's so dramatic. Like at least, if anyone's seen it, I recently did a video about this. At least these sorts of results used to be spaced out. It would be 1 every 4 weeks, 3 in a row. That's ridiculous. Yeah. It is unforgivable. Someone mentioned the Brendan Bolton years earlier. One thing with the Brendan Bolton years that I thought was kind of interesting was we would lose in different ways every week because we weren't a very developed team. We were really young. So teams could find out different avenues to victory. There's no need anymore. Like we must be the easiest team to coach against. That is hard to come back from. This is, again, not me saying that it's all the coach's fault. Like, although he'll ultimately get held responsible. What I'm more suggesting is there is that little bit, Michael Voss talked about it himself, about turning the game from a physical game into a mental game. And other teams know they can impose their will on us. That's impossible. Like, that is impossible to come back from until you work through those demons.
Yeah.
No amount of changes, no nothing is going to fix that. But on to next week. I'm really looking forward to a Good Friday. It's a worthy cause and all that. My partner is a social worker. So, you know, it's something we're very excited for. So hopefully everyone gets along. I hope it's 150 points to 140. So, you know, raise as much money on those goals as possible. So, I mean, all you can do is kind of look for some sort of silver lining because we're going to keep fronting up. And that is actually one other thing I just want to quickly say. if you don't think it's in your best interest to rock up and support this club with the predictability of these outcomes, I think it's perfectly reasonable to say, no, I want to do something more fun on my Good Friday. Don't feel obliged, because you're only causing that suffering on yourself at this stage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mate, thank you very much for calling through.
Nah, no dramas. No dramas, mate. I hope you have a wonderful night. Go Blues.
Go Blues. All right. Let's go to the other side of the world. This is Tony from Amsterdam, I reckon.
Oh, Tony. Well, Terry, I wake up early for that on what it is my 33rd year today of following Carlton. And did we all feel the inevitability of predictability there? Like, we just knew what was going to happen. I haven't had a chance to watch the fan cams yet. This is the first time jumping on, as it's 10 degrees walking through Amsterdam here. And all I can say is panic merchants, zero composure, zero awareness. We look good when there's zero pressure. And we all knew, every fan knew that we were just going to absolutely fold. And that second quarter proved it. We couldn't put anything away. They couldn't hit a target. And then look what happened. So did we expect anything different? Probably not. I think it's just, as we spoke about last week, we just got such low expectations now.
Yeah. It's a very good point. Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you very much.
I'll put that in there. How are you still sober is the question.
Oh, mate, we've just hit up Tony's Chocolonely factory, and it's still early. It's only 10:48, so we've got a long way to go to drown the sorrows of this game. So we're going to be.
What time was it when you were watching the game over there?
I woke up at 6 a.m. I woke up at 6 a.m. to watch that. And I thought, oh, can they give me a birthday gift? Can they give me a birthday surprise? And yeah, they did, of failure.
How do you, I mean, we're going to ask this. I think we ask it every time. I mean, it's so identifying that there's a mental issue, identifying that there's a coaching issue. Coaching, you can change coaches, but like the mental side of the game, how do you just can't fix that in 1 week.
No. There is obvious deficiencies in a lot of parts, and I don't want to get to like the board and that right now, but we're still around 3. There just seems to be a lack of leadership, and that's going to be used upon all the time. Like Cripps getting done holding the ball, he just doesn't look the same. Like he should have given up the captaincy to Walsh and had that at least one less thing to worry about. Hewitt, look, had his moments, but it's just the rule changes are just not looking good from clearance. Look, we just one thing I remember is that Brisbane Lions went to go get Hodge, right? And we all know why that happened and what they tried to instill. Carlton have never done that ever. When's the last time we have ever got someone with a bit of see you next Tuesday about him, with a bit of success, with a bit of this is how we set the standards as a successful club, and this is what we're going to do. And when has Carlton ever done that? We've got the pretty boys, we got Sard, we got Chera, Newman's a nice addition, don't get me wrong, but Hayward and Florin have come from successful cultures, and they look like they couldn't play EDFL today.
Yeah, they look lost. They look lost,
like,
the boys.
That doesn't happen in 6 months. They played in a grand final 18 months ago. They've come from successful cultures, and they couldn't hit a barn door. And they don't just turn into bad players. So there needs to be, as Voss would say, a circuit breaker, but he said there was no circuit breakers because we've got 5 days to the next game. I think we'll get absolutely smashed. We had 17 days break and 4 to 5 training sessions and enough time to turn it around. They came off, and we've got a full healthy list. They came off, 5-6 days from Perth and just ran over the top of us. Just Pickett, I know he's a superstar, but we've been beaten by him basically every game for the last 2.5 years. And for 5 years of Voss's tenure, we continue to be beaten by things that you, I, and Ray Charles knows, and we managed to still get beaten. So yeah.
Just on the, you mentioned Hodge earlier, and it sparked a memory that I remember that they went and got Hodge at a time when they were still, the players that are now in their prime were young or younger, because people might forget that the Lions and the Blues were actually both in that bottom 4 in 2018, I'm going to say, 2017-18 period. I thought the other window to do that might have been when Luke Parker became available, and I'm just thinking, I watched him last night. We were talking earlier about who in the team says, give me the ball? And he does for North Melbourne. And then I'm just trying to look around. I mean, it's round 3. We're talking about trade targets for leadership, but like who is it? Is it Whitfield? Like, is it?
It's kind of cool.
I think there's got to be. I don't know who it's going to be, and I thought about Parker, but everyone shit on that idea because like, oh, he's too old and whatever. But they're missing the point of what he was supposed to bring. Oh, we don't need a Parker. We've got all of that. You're missing the point. Like, even if you played 5 or 7 games, what these guys can do. How did Carlton go about it? They brought in Cam O'Shea and Aaron Mullett back in 2017-18. Wow, great. They brought in Hodge, and everyone's like, oh, he's done. Because the average footy fan doesn't understand what is going on in those 4 walls, what it means to bring in that type of player who has set the standards, who's come from successful cultures and doesn't take no shit. Who at Carlton demands the football, but in the right way? Like Pickett, they put him through the middle. He was electric. He ran. He took the ball. He took the game by the scruff of the neck. Fritsch, premiership player, kicked the ball. Gone. Sorry to say, but ragdolled our friend and former Coleman medalist at round 2, Mark Pitnet. But who unselfishly wants to change the game like that? Not just rack up the stats and get a couple of handballs and cheapies. Like, I'm sorry to say, our forward line has to be the worst in the competition. And Mackay forgets that he's 204 and 100 kilos. We've got Govan with the highest football IQ as a forward. He's been playing back for 3 years. And Kemp, yes, he tries, but he was nowhere near it today. And Taylor Byrne showed more football body work and IQ than I think we've seen in a long time. He outbodied Gawn to lead to that goal. I can't remember who kicked that goal, but it was kicking to the city end. And then his first touch, he outbodied Salem, I'm going to say, and took the mark, contested the mark, kicked the goal on his first touch. That has shown more football IQ than maybe Fogarty's shown in 3 years. So, yeah, we're lacking a lot, but there are some signs. I'll give you Taylor Byrne. Jagger had his moments. Dean, absolutely. When do we see that body on the line? That was awesome. Like, I hope he's okay. We'll get some scans tomorrow at the $5 million Carlton Imaging Centre. But I hope he's all right. But where is that heart, drive, and desire been? You know what? I'll give it to 2 Jumper Lewis. He had he almost cost the goal by handballing it to, I think it was Harry Sharp, and then kicking it across goal and almost costing us. But he took some marks and he had some spoils. But just seems to be no heart, a lack of fight. The mental demons are there. They look good when there's no pressure in the first quarter. But how are we going to win games in the regular season, let alone a final again, when we are genuine panic merchants? Zero composure and just blah. Really?
So I think up until this point, I don't know how much they've been talking about it as a thing. And maybe they've been avoiding it so it doesn't seep in. I think it's just gotten to a point where it's like, guys, we need to address it and we need to collectively dig into it. Surely they've done this exercise where they've been just so honest about it existing. Like, surely, right?
You would think so, but I think, as we know as fans, and the way this club has gone, it's smoke and mirrors. And I know Boak's been there for about 10 seconds, and you can't change psyches overnight because that comes from within people. You either have it or you don't. Some people can develop it, yes, like talent, but can they develop the heart? And I said this, I think it was last week. The problem I think we've got is we've got a coach who is going to go or will go, but that's been talked about for basically 18 months. So as a player, would it be a challenge to try and go that extra mile, do that 1%, do those extra little things for a guy? Granted, and we hear ad nauseum about his on-field heroics, because he was, but that doesn't translate into a coach, and this is his second go-round. And if I'm a player and I've had the new CEO come in, and let's be honest, they did try and tap up McRae, and they would have tapped up Longmire and a few others. For 18 months, they've been basically, this guy's been on the hot seat. If I'm a player looking at this going, how can I listen to this guy? How can I put my 100% in when the club don't really believe it? And the 2 new guys in, and I rate Davies and I rate Wright for sure. But if I'm a player, I'm not saying, and this is just me generalizing, but they're all human at the end of the day. They've got careers, they've got lives that depend on football, and they want to elongate that as long as possible. You got a coach there that, as much as they'll say in the public eye, and Cripps will get wheeled out to stick fat, all of that. But But as a player, you've got to be like, well, I've got to play for my career here and I've got to do what's best for me. And then it turns into a selfish sort of game because why would I do what the coach is telling me? Generalizing here, when that guy is on the hot seat in the club of looking to get rid of him, and I'm just going to look out for me because I need a contract because we've got 19 guys at a contract end of this year. So that's another thing that probably won't be talked about because the AFL media is very sanitized, and that's why we have channels like this. But that's one thing where I'm like, if you're a player, how can you listen or fully adhere to and buy in to what Voss is saying? And we can see it no matter what they say. It's not fitness. They've got Rob Innes from Richmond who helped them with their 3 flags, and they got and he helped them lead to Sydney as well after that. So it's not fitness according to Voss. Then what is it? They're just giving up. Like obviously there's a mental part which you can't turn on, but there's a genuine disconnect where they just don't care. You could see it on the field. On field speaks. That's their desk. That's their office. The office is the ground, and it is not happening.
Mate, that might have been one of the more therapeutic fan cams I've ever listened to. And you're in Amsterdam.
I'm in Amsterdam here. So we're in Dam Square here, right by the Palace. If I could turn around the camera, I would. But yeah, right by the Palace. So we'll have a wander around, have some Stroop waffles, get some sugar in us. And I look forward to Good Friday and Jesu Christo. Let's see if we can pull out a win, but might have to pray a fair bit.
On behalf of everyone tuning in, happy birthday. Have a
Thank you
great
very much.
Rest of your day and go Blues.
Go Blues. Thank you very much, Terry, and enjoy the rest of your week. I'll see you next week.
That was fucking awesome. That was awesome. Josh Dolan with $8 donation says, Vossi still doesn't coach when the team needs him to at critical moments of the game. Jordan Russell wasn't impressed with Voss in the box today. Interesting. All right. Only Carlton, a tush. Let's talk.
Well, you just knew that was going to fucking happen, didn't you?
He cancelled his plans. He cancelled his plans. Only Carlton. He cancelled his plans.
What the fuck? What? Like, you just knew. Bro, 1 time it's fucking funny. 2 times is a mistake. 3 times is fucking annoying, bro. How do we do this every week? Bro, I'm cut. I'm so fucking cut. Because, like, I was like, you know what? Usually when we go up in the first half and we're playing good, we don't convert our chances. We don't hit them on the scoreboard. This time we're hitting them on the scoreboard, bro. We're up by 40 points. Life is good. Gon's a bum. Taylor Burns kicking goals. I'm a fucking idiot, Terry. I'm a fucking idiot. I should have never sat in my chair comfortable. I was having the time of my life. I was in like a Carlton bay, all the Carlton supporters. My bay was pretty loud. I don't know if it was like that everywhere else, but no one had that fear of like, it's going to happen, it's going to happen. None of us thought that. We're like, fuck, we turned a corner, bro. Melbourne are a team that's similar to us. They have a brand new coach. They also have a shit list. They don't have a good midfield. Winning where it matters everywhere, and we'll be fine. Third quarter comes on, and Cozzy Pickers says, go fuck yourself. Cozzy Pickers like, you know what? Actually, I remembered I can play football. Tom Sparrow. Who the fuck is Tom Sparrow? 30 touches. The guy averages 14 touches a game in his career. He averages like 15 fantasy points. Who the fuck? Why do we make... This is shades of Toby Pink from last year. Why do we make average fucking players insane? How does that happen?
Mate, it's a great point.
I don't know, Terry. I don't know. Like, there's so many players. Like, I can sit here and be like, I can single out the players. I can be like, Lewis Young, great defender. He's all right. With the ball in hand, he looks like a lost child in a shopping center looking for his parents. Like, he's so indecisive with the ball. And when he does make up his mind, it's always the wrong decision. But then, like, what about our leaders? What about Wiedering in that back line? If you know he's shit with the ball, don't give him the ball. If you know he's struggling on his direct opponent, go over and take that opponent. What are you doing, guys? Where are our leaders? I've been listening I've been here for an hour. I've been waiting here for an hour in my car. I'm in a fucking dodgy gas station, right? I've been hearing all fan casts people talk about, where are our leaders? What are the coaches doing? We don't have fucking leaders. We don't have leaders. What leaders? Patrick Cripps? Okay, cool. Patrick Cripps needs to play good to lead. If he's not playing good, he's not leading. Wiedering, I don't know what the fuck he's doing this year. Maybe he's still hurt after the ribs. Maybe he's not 100%. He doesn't look like Wiedering, so I'll give him the out as well. We don't have another leader at the club. Sam Walsh, he gets the ball. What the fuck does he do with it? Not much, really. He got 31 touches with like 5 scoring involvements. That's prime Sheezy ball. If that's Harry Sheezel, we're giving him shit because it's Sam Walsh. We're going to give him an out. Like, I'm all for being positive, bro, and I'm all for looking like Taylor Burn was sick. Taylor Burn was incredible. Matt Carroll was incredible. I thought pushing Matt Carroll up forward and on the wing was a great call for Michael Voss. That's one of the only good things he's done in the last fucking 2 years. There's a little bit of signs to look at, but like we can't just let these players fucking go. Like we can't just give them an out. They have to be held accountable. The leaders have to be held accountable. Michael Voss has to be held accountable. I don't want to hear, oh, where are your credentials? You know, you try coaching. I'm not a fucking AFL coach. Tell Michael Voss to go fucking waterproof some bathrooms. I'll do it better than him. I'm not an AFL coach. But if the same thing is happening every single week for 3 weeks, not even 3, this isn't a 3-week block. Let's get that straight. This has been happening since fucking last year and the second half of 24. It's been happening since then. The definition of fucking insanity. Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting things to change. What the fuck is happening, Terry? I don't know why I'm this cut over a Melbourne game, but they're similar to us. They're around the same level. How do we let them come back from 40 points? It's not fucking Sydney. It's not like Sydney at the SCG. This is different.
Yeah. And I think this week, we almost, as a fan base, like, we're chipping away at sort of accepting, okay, this is where we're at. Like, the kids, they didn't pick the experienced heads that they usually have been picking over the last few years. And that's where I think the vibe in the fan base changed for the good this week. Like, we were on board the decisions. And so I think what you saw in your bay, I noticed it too around me as well. It was like, okay, I know it's going to be a struggle and I'm willing to cop the struggle. But then they showcase champagne football and they're like, oh, actually, these changes were the ones that we needed to make the whole time and put the kids in and fresh energy. And yeah.
Oh, what a fucking loss, bro. I don't think that's one of the worst losses I've seen in a while. Last year, probably.
It's a bad loss. It is a bad loss.
Fucking pumped in the midfield, Terry, and I came in this week being like, we're never going to lose the midfield battle. You know, we have Cripps,
Same.
Jag.
That was like the biggest strength this week. I mean, we knew that Max Gorn was going to be the best ruck on the day. So like, okay. But as a collective midfield group, it was like, we have everything we need. Fremantle last week showed us the template. They applied pressure and they were strong at the contest. And that's how one would apply pressure, be strong at the contest. Like we had everything we needed and it still wasn't enough.
No, it wasn't enough. I mean, like we like our forward line. I think someone said it before. I think it might have been Tony. Shout out Tony. He said we have the worst forward line in the league. 100% fucking %.
Yeah.
100% fucking %. We have the worst forward line in the league because our key forward doesn't like being a key forward. All right, I'm not even going to mention his name. And then our second key forward isn't a fucking forward in the first place. And we fuck with him. You mentioned it, Terry, that like Kemp looks like he's playing without confidence, right? He's down on confidence. You know why he's down on confidence? Because that fucking meathead in the coach's box keeps chucking him in the back line every single game. Back yourself, boss. I don't know anything about coaching. You know, I'm a fucking idiot. If you tell me that Brody Kemp is a forward, I'll back you. But if you yourself show that you're not sure of that fucking position, how do you expect me to back you? It's not even like you stemming. Bro, we're up by 30 points in the third quarter and he's sending Brody Kemp in the back line. Like, what the fuck? Explain that. Someone in the fucking chat, someone that has experience in coaching, right? Explain that to me. Explain it to me like I'm a fucking idiot. I'm not claiming to be smart. I'm not claiming to have the answers. I'm telling you what I'm seeing and what a lot of people are seeing is that there's no fucking direction. We're not getting even slightly gradually better. We're just the same club against Richmond. And like the reason we played the exact same like we did against Richmond, but the difference was Melbourne are a better team. Melbourne should not be a better team. I'm sorry, they don't have a good list. They've lost, like us, they've lost Petrarca and Oliver two fucking superstars in their midfield, and they still won the midfield battle, right? They lost Stephen May, who was an integral part of their backline. We don't have an excuse. We can't even be like, oh, Richmond's young and they're like youthful and they're like playing football, guys. Melbourne
No,
doesn't fucking like playing football.
we had a 17-day break. There was no excuse not to be prepared for this game. Fully prepared for all the contingencies and what happens if this happens and what happens if this breaks down. There was no excuse today. And then that was before we went up by 43. So there was no excuse before to not be prepared. There was even less of an excuse than there might have been once we were up by 40 points. And here we go.
We were up by 40 points.
Bro, we're up by 43 points and lost again. I actually think it was 46 last year to Richmond for some reason. I could be wrong on that. Maybe 41 or 46. It doesn't matter. The point is, it's twice in 12, 13, 14 months that we have watched our team fade after being up by 40. It was like at the start of Voss's tenure, we had the 40-point leads and we just were hanging on. And you were like, all right, iron that out. But like at least you're scoring 7 goals in a quarter, 6 goals in a quarter. And then now we're actually like the pendulum is now swinging the other way and we're getting the 40 points up, but we're not getting away with the win.
Yeah. I've said it for so long. I'm not even a massive boss out guy until this week. I think he needs to fucking go. But you look through his entire coaching career at Carlton since 2022. We've never had a consistent season under him. We've never had a consistent season. 2022, we started hot. We were 8-2. We fell off, right? And we missed finals. 23, we started shit. And then we finished strong, won 8-9 in a row, have 10 in a row. And then obviously we lost the prelim. 2024, we started off great. We fucking fell off in the second half of the year. 2025, we were consistently shit. We still had the great first halves, like in 9 of our first 11 games last year, we led at halftime. So I don't see I've always said the boss relies on talent a bit too much, and that's fine. We don't have the talent anymore. We can all agree that our list isn't as talented as it was 2 years ago, even 3 years ago, even last year. But we lost Kerno, who you can talk shit as much as you want. You can be like, he doesn't work hard. Bro, he still does more than fucking Harry Mackay. He's still a better number one than Harry Mackay is. TDK is a better ruck than Mark Pitnet, and you can't argue that, right? I'm not calling Mark Pitnet bad. I think Pitnet got washed up by the greatest ruckman that I've ever seen in my life, and that's no disrespect to Pitnet at all, right? Max won a fucking 58 hit-outs. 58 hit-outs. You can't win a midfield battle with that. But at the same time, we had the same contested possessions as them, and I'm pretty sure we lost clearances by 10. That's not a tap issue. That's not a service issue. That's our midfield's getting fucking smashed. That's effort. That's them not wanting to get to the ball. And like our kids, we have kids like Carroll, who's fucking killing it. He's great. Carroll was probably my best on ground tonight.
Yeah, I love his endeavor and his mindset. I love his mindset. That's the attitude. I love his attitude. I love the attitude of our young kids. And I remember early in the Wiedering, Cripps, Walsh days, I loved their attitude as well. Wiedering is a concern for me because I sense the scarring. Okay, maybe the ribs are still, maybe they're bothering him. I'm sorry. He's on the field. There's no excuse. But yeah, it's just the weight and the gravity of it. It gets everyone, and you just kind of hope that we overcome it before the young ones get too old. And
the worst thing we can do, Terry, is ruin our new spine. It's like Dean, maybe Hudson O'Keefe as the rock. We don't really have a like. Also, wait. So fuck what I was saying. What the fuck does Hudson O'Keefe do? That's not me dissing Hudson O'Keefe. I just don't think he's ready.
He's not
playing him. I think us playing him is detrimental to his future.
So
why the fuck did we get? Sorry. Why did we get Lee Reedy if we're not going to play him?
Okay, so this is the very interesting situation, right? Because you play the kids, you play the senior guys. We're in the future with all of this, right? So you give Hudson O'Keefe a chance. Like, okay, he wasn't. I mean, he did it against Richmond a few times, like the errant handballs, and today the speed of the game seemed to get him. I watched half of the VFL today. Liam Reedy was beaten by Alex Murkov. Do you remember Alex Murkov?
Smoke off.
He was on our list.
Yeah, I remember.
So it's like, this is the real situation.
Okay, but what? So is he like a second ruck? Is he a ruck relief? Because I think Hutto is okay as a forward, but not as this role he's playing, where the majority of the touches he got was in the middle of the ground. He got 3 touches
Yeah.
for the game, 2 of them were in the center circle.
Yeah, I think O'Keefe. I just think he probably needs to go back to the twos, and I think he's just dropped his confidence. But it's not like Reedy played well enough today to force a selection. The other thing is, you've got North next week. Sherry will probably not play, so Callum Coleman-Jones will be their ruck. So maybe you do keep O'Keefe in and you give him one more shot. Oh man, it's painful. It's painful. It's like a really painful existence, dude.
If we lose against North Melbourne, I might microwave my membership. Genuinely, that is my fucking. You know what? I'm not even ashamed to say it. 2 years ago, I would have been like, "Shut up, Atush." But now, like, that is my grand final. It's my fucking grand final. If we lose Good Friday, bro, I don't know. All right, I don't know, but we can't fucking lose that game. Please, for the love of fucking Allah, please, bro, we cannot lose that game.
We can't lose next week. I know we can lose next week, but we can't lose next week.
Can't get worse than this, can it? It can.
It
Bro.
can.
Oh, Terry, we have a fucking 5-day break. What do we do? 5 days. Did you? Bro, I'm sitting level 1 wing, row A. Like L15, row A, right? I paid fucking $250 a seat for those tickets. Real shit, in case I have like a mental breakdown halfway through the week, we can give them away on this show if I end up not going.
Okay. I would tell you to just give it one more week, but I actually understand. I get it. If you need to just look after your health and do what's right for you, and if this rebuild thing isn't it for you, then I understand, and it's okay. You know what?
Bro.
Carlton supporters leaving 4.5 minutes to go in the game, even though we're only down by 7 points. At least, you can say whatever you want about them, but like, they made the decision for their own sanity, and so for that, I kind of get it.
Bro, it's not even about being in a rebuild. We're not even in a rebuild, Terry. We're not in a rebuild. If we were in a rebuild, I'd be like, okay, we're shit. If we were really shit, Terry, and we just played 4 quarters of really shit football and we got smashed by 60, I'd be like, you know what? At least the kids are all right. But these fucking idiots prove that they play football. They prove every single week that they know how to play football for like, how long? Maybe like 40, 50 minutes a game. And then after that, they're like, fuck it, you know what? It's like that meme. Actually, I can't even say it here, but like there's a meme. It's like, it's this guy with like a thing. He's like, I'm going to make myself. Anyways, after halftime, they just lose their minds, and it's Michael Voss's fault. Sack Voss. That's my final comment. Sack Voss. Fucking sack him right now. Right now. That fucking beefhead in the coach's box. Sack him.
Okay. All right. Mate, thanks for calling in and sharing.
Terry. Shout out Jesse Malwop. If we had him, we wouldn't be in this position.
Go well, mate. Blackie with a $5 donation. You've all heard of AOD 9604, right? What if we get Hurdy in as our new coach and unleash our new secret weapon? Okay. All right. Let's go on. Zach Borg.
Can you hear me, mate? Hold on. I don't think I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Hold on, mate. Hold on. Let me,
I'm waiting.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, that's sorry, mate. I don't know what happened. Tez, how are we feeling now, mate?
I don't know how I'm feeling.
Oh, God.
I'm feeling like, you make life choices and you got to see them through.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm feeling like, shit, we're going to have to just... I knew this season would be bumpy and a struggle. I really did. I had come to terms with that. That's fine.
Yep.
I was just kind of hoping that it didn't get to this point this early in the year. That's all.
100%. Yeah, I saw you at the before the game, and I was like, I showed you my top, and like, I was really pumped up, and I was excited to see you. And then I went into the game, and I was like, okay, I went to go sit in my seat, and then I sat next to the guy I usually that I usually sit next to, and I had a chat to him, and I was like, surely today it'll change. Anyway, we go up by, how much were we up by again? Sorry?
43 points, Zach.
Fuck me, mate. Oh, God. 43 points, Terry. 43 points.
What are we doing, Zach?
Terry, I don't know, but it's just the same story every week, Terry. 43 points up, and we just, I don't know, Terry. I don't know what my thought is. We got up by 7 goals, and then the midfield just stops, Terry. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I think it's coaching, but I also think it's mental. I don't know, Terry. I don't know. I'm very scared for next week. I'm very scared.
I am crying. Sorry, Zach.
That's all right. It's all good.
I don't know.
I don't know
to
what we're
say.
going to do.
I don't know what we're going to do either, Zach. I don't know what we're going to do.
Yeah, as I was saying, went into the game. Obviously, first 2 quarters go like it's planned.
Yeah.
And then I was like, okay, halftime, I'm going to get up, I'm going to go inside. And you know the guy called Back to the Bench? What's it called again? Back to the Bench. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
I saw him, I met him, had a chat to him. I saw Jaden Hunt as well at halftime. Jaden Hunt. Had a bit of a chat to him. He said he was here for Gordy's 250th or whatever. And then I went to go sit back down. Anyway, second half of the game, and I was like, oh, shit, here we go again. Anyway, first goal happens, and I just knew, oh, yeah, here we go. We're done. So I don't know what it is, Terry. I feel like it. I reckon this is the last straw for Voss. I want him sacked now. To be honest, I've backed him in, and so many people know that I have backed him in, and I have trusted in him. But I think this can't go on for too much longer, and I reckon he has to go. Obviously, it is a mental thing. You know, you could say, oh, well, yeah, Cripps, but you could say Lewis Young. But, you know, you got poor bugger Brody Kemp in the forward line, and he's getting, you know, bitched around by Jake Lever. Because, like only Carlton said before, he's not a forward. You know what I mean? Like, I thought that today Lewis Young was better. I actually thought Lewis Young was very good. What do you think? I thought he was. I think he was very good.
He had the Van Rooyen matchup. I thought he was the better player out of the two of them on the day. He made some mistakes with ball in hand, but I thought he actually did more good than bad. I thought, his intercept marks, a few of them today were really important. And today's not the day to worry about Lewis Young, in my view.
100%. Yeah, no.
Today's the day to worry about Cripps.
It's a wide range of things, 100%.
And the leaders. Today was the day to worry about.
The leaders need to be held accountable. The leaders, they're going to sit down on Monday morning and they have to figure some shit out. And I want Voss gone, like I've said, but I think the leaders need to also be held accountable as well. I think there needs to be some big changes next week. And I think one of those players, I think you have to. Who would you drop? I think there's some obvious ones like Campbell Chesser. Would you? Yes. What do you think, Terry? Because I don't think he was AFL standard today, if you ask me.
It's a tricky one. So trying to run through. So Newman for me, I think. Well, I mean, that's a 5-day break as well. But I think Nick Newman, if he's pulled up all right and he puts his hand out to play, I think he's a cool head under pressure, and I think he has to play next week. I think Harry.
It's
Dean
a forced change, but because isn't like Harry Dean injured?
Well, I was about to say I think Harry Dean. He's gone to hospital. I don't know if there's an update on him at the moment, but so that might be one that we have to change. Dirksen, you can talk about Dirksen.
Williams as well has to come out as well. I think he was What happened to him?
Yeah, I think he just got a knock with Cozzy, hurt his ribs, but he came back on. Yeah, I mean, Chera didn't play today. Jordan Boyd was held over today. He didn't play. I thought Flynn Young was really
He was good.
last,
I reckon he comes in for Chess, I reckon.
but then it's like that's a lot of smalls in the forward line.
True.
So
I mean, you could
you've
chuck Lewis Young up forward.
You could, you could, you can do anything at this point.
You have to start maybe moving the magnets around and just. Tez, I don't know. I'm lost for words at the moment. I've used all my words and I've just let it all out. As you can hear from my voice, but shit needs to change, Terry. This club, it's not like. Oh, sorry, Tez. I can't even speak, mate. I've lost my voice. It's not like that we're like shit that we can't play 4 quarters. We can play a half, but I don't know what happens. I sit there and I just stare at the wall and I just think, what is it? Like, do you have an understanding? Does anyone have an understanding? Because I'm really like, we're all eager to know. What is it?
I think if there was an understanding, it would have been fixed by now.
100%. Just a few more things before I go. I thought today Byrne was very good. I thought on his debut, I think he obviously definitely stays in for me. I think his intensity was very, very good. You know, at times he'll put on a block, he'll put on a shepherd, he'll put on a bump. That's what you need. And players like Jagger. Okay, and one thing I'm going to say about Jagger, what really, really pissed me off today, and a lot of people have talked about this already, why the fuck was George Stewart playing on Cozzy Pickett?
Yeah, I don't know, Zach. I don't know.
But I thought, like, we could have made that move with Jagger. We could have moved him on Cozzy because of the pace, the speed. But, yeah, and also one more thing. I reckon Cooper Lord also comes back in as well because he was sick.
Yeah.
I reckon he comes back in too. That's the one.
I think he'll walk straight back in if he's better from whatever kept him out. So,
yeah, who would you say for, but?
Sorry?
Who would you bring him in for, but?
Cooper Lord. I think one of Ollie, Hollins, or Chesser would make way. I don't know if Hudson O'Keefe should be staying in the team, but I understand the whole Reedy conversation because he didn't play well today. He was beaten today as well.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, but Cooper
Tough
Lord
times, Ted. I reckon that we could move Louis Young to forward, potentially. We did it last year against North, and he played as a second ruck. But I don't know, Tez. We are just. I made my verdict. I think Voss has to go, but we'll see what happens. There has to be some changes.
Thanks, Zach.
See you, Tez, mate. Go Blues. Love you, mate. Have a good night.
See you, mate. Love you too. He's a good boy. Aiden.
I am never going into a game confident ever again.
I couldn't believe that you were confident this week. You were up and about. You got the changes that you wanted, and you backed them in.
Yeah, that's never happening again. It happened again. Well, how much how much were we up by against Richmond?
Last year?
Yeah.
I think it was 41. Could have been 46, but I think it was, yeah. It was basically the same game, except we ended up losing by more.
You know what makes it worse? The fact that we were up by 44 points and they didn't even kick a goal. That's what makes it even worse. At least Richmond actually kicked some goals against us. Melbourne didn't even. I don't think they kicked the score at quarter time. They didn't. I think the coach has to go. You can't go into every game suffering like this. Like you just can't. It's genuinely not good. The players today were pathetic. They were awful. Our captain today, he seriously pissed me off today. Where was he when we needed him the most? Where were our leaders that we call champions, like Walsh, Cripps, and Wiedering? Where were they even when there was 5 minutes to go and they were up by a point, there was still time for us to get a few goals on the board like they did. Where were our leaders? They weren't there. Like Cozzy Pickett, Max Gawn, what's his name? Fritsch. When their team needed them most, they stepped up. Cozzy Pickett ran a train on us in the second half. I don't understand why George Hill was on him in the first place. Whoever ticked off that move, that was one of the most disastrous moves I've ever seen. I don't know why he was on him in the first place. But other than that, those three, they have in common, they've been in big games and they've won flags. They're champions. We don't have players like that. We have a bunch of players that are losers when it comes to games of footy and winning games in big moments. We don't have any players that have the experience like those three Melbourne players do. We just don't.
Yeah.
That's why in second halves, you see what we've been seeing throughout the last 18 months. Now, people said last year, Charlie's this, the Conan's causing this, Silvani's like this. So apparently it was the players last year and certain assistants. We got rid of them last year. Who are we going to blame now? You can't blame the players. You can't blame the assistants because we just got them in. They've only been here for 5 minutes. The person that's there to blame is Voss, in my opinion. And again, if we lose to North this week, I genuinely will be so surprised if he coaches us against Adelaide. Like you actually can't lose this week. Like if we lose, we're beyond fucked. Our next 10 games for the next 2 months, I can't even see us winning one.
Yeah, well, I think they're going to, I mean, if whatever, we can live in the ifs, but I think the one card that hasn't been played yet, do you know what it is?
No.
The external review.
Oh.
We haven't been playing the external review card yet. It hasn't come through yet.
Those were great times.
We'll
How long did that last for? 4 weeks?
Well, actually, now that I think of it, do you remember the results of that external review? What came up?
I do, but I can't.
It actually will tell you a lot about where we are right now. Okay, so there were 2 words that featured in that 2021 external review, which is essentially why Michael Voss is coaching. And those 2 words, do you know what they are? What are the 2 most common words we've heard over the last 5 years?
I don't even know. I've heard a lot of words from this team. What was it? Contest and pressure.
So that the findings of that, amongst many things, were that the team lacked consistency and a lack of ability in the contest and to apply pressure.
So what's it going to be this year?
Well, it might be speed of ball movement. It might be this. Now, look, the clubs acknowledge that the list is going to change. The clubs acknowledge that the list profile is what it is. It's not like it was back then. Like they're kind of telling us. I mean, I don't know how much more they can tell us what they're thinking, apart from we're getting prepared for Tasmania. The list is what it is. We've got 19 players out of contract. So we know that we're in this period where there will be changes made to the list to suit the demands of the game and where it is and where it's going. This is just that really awkward time in between.
I think we're a bit too late, if I'm being honest with you. I think we're very, very late. I don't think we have enough players that are suited to play a certain style of game that we've seen from teams like Hawthorn, Brisbane, Collingwood. I think we are just miles and miles ahead. And again, like Sam Mitchell, I don't know how I'm going to explain it, but I think I said it last week. He's built a team that he wants to. He's built a team in a way that is suited in the way that he sees the game going forward throughout the next 3 to 4 years, and he's evolving that. Our team, that our style of play was suited more for 2021, 2022, and 2023. Now we're completely fucked. Like we're getting in players now who like that. Like it's actually funny because we brought in Florent and Chessa, who are supposedly very good ball users. They couldn't hit throughout the last 3 weeks. They've been terrible ball users by forward. Like, how do we bring in these players that are supposedly like Haywood, who was kicking 50 goals a year and was one of the most informed half forwards in the league? He comes to Carlton and he's done nothing.
Yeah, look, they haven't settled. It's clear.
Yeah.
They haven't settled. They haven't gelled. They're sort of like figuring out on the fly. It's really clear to see they haven't found what they're going to be.
Yeah, I get that, but I just think we're in a very worrying position now because, in my opinion, I think we're rebuilding. I think the club has sort of flirted in and around.
We are.
Yeah,
We're I don't know what else we need to hear. Like, do you think we need to hear it in plain words? Hey, everyone, just want to let you know we're rebuilding. Do you think that changes anything? Or do the actions...
What it changes is that people won't rock up to games and you'll see the membership numbers capitulate.
If they say we're rebuilding?
Yeah. If they say, oh, look, hi, guys, we're completely rebuilding again. Like, you'll see, like, because people will go back to 2015 and 2016 and think, okay, if we're rebuilding, it's going to be
they think the rebuild. Yeah, no.
So that's why people are fucking petrified.
I don't think we need words spoken to tell us what we're doing. The actions have said everything. The trades that have been made, the moves that have been made, the actions have always
been a contract. That says enough.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, like it's pretty clear what's going on. It just, even though we seem to have, I think more and more people are accepting it as a reality. It doesn't matter where you are in your development, wherever your list is at, whether you are at the top or at the bottom, losing after being up by 43 points is just unforgivable.
It again, for the second time, like you can't let that, like it's unforgivable for letting that happen again. Like, wouldn't they have learnt that from last year? What do these players actually learn? Do they learn anything? Or are they that stubborn that they just think, okay, like it's happened once, we won't review it, we'll just be fine because we've got games coming up throughout the next 22, 21 weeks. We'll just figure it out. Well, it's happened again. Like what did they do for 6 months? Because last year, if you remember, Wiedering and Cribson said, oh, it's all mental toughness and, like it's all mental. They're saying the same thing now. So what have they done throughout the last 6 to 8 months of preseason? Have they even fixed it?
And I think that's where it's hurting them more because they are aware and whatever they're trying to implement isn't working. And it's probably part of the reason why it's wearing on them.
I don't think whatever they tried to implement throughout the off season has even worked.
I don't think whatever they tried to implement in the season is going to show up clearly early in the year. But even if it's going to show up later in the year, you still just can't be losing today after the position that you were in.
No way. Supporters will question, what the hell have you done? What have you done to fix it? Like they can say that, oh yeah, like we fixed it, we're working on it. Like they probably have, but from my lens, clearly they probably haven't, but they have. They've tried to, but it's not working now for whatever reason. And I think you said before that you can't fix this shit in a week, especially in 5 days. So. I don't know what the hell they're going to do tomorrow or throughout the next 3 to 4 days leading up to North Melbourne in order to work this shit out. Because if you remember, we lost to North and then we had a 5-day break against Port Adelaide and then you had Cripps saying, oh, stick fad, we're going to work on it, we're going to become
Was the North game, was that a Sunday afternoon as well?
I think that was Saturday and then we played
Saturday into Thursday? Saturday into Thursday. Was that the week that Charlie rode the bike to the game and Wiedering? We thought he broke his ankle, but he was all right. Was that? Yeah.
Yeah, it was that one.
That was round 15 at the MCG.
Yeah. we've witnessed some pretty bad games. I would love to know. I'd love to know what's the worst. I think this is the worst. If I'm being honest with you.
No, they're all the worst.
Like 3 years ago we made a set. We were in a prelim. Like, how does that work? 3 years later, we don't know what the fuck's going to happen next week.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, like Harry Mackay today, I'm very worried about that guy. What's wrong with him? Like, honestly, like he's just like he's not that key forward that we saw at the back half of last year. Like,
What's he done today?
wrong?
He's had, I mean, I've got to look at the tape again, but 16 touches, 9 marks, 1 goal.
Yeah, but like he got beaten by his opponent a few times, and like
He's
he
got to
just
be.
hasn't been that. Like, stats say one thing, but again, if you're there watching the game, then it says another thing as well. I think he didn't really play that great today, if not the start of the year.
Do you think he
Kemp is-
played his role, or do you think he just needs to be better because he's one of those senior guys like the Wiederings and the Welshes, and he needs to be better and assert himself more?
Yeah, he just needs to be better. Like, he's been here long enough.
Like,
if anything, my
like
opinion,
the way he
I
played
consider him
today,
a leader.
like the way he played today, it was like, all right, did the basics right, brought the ball to ground and whatnot. But it's getting to that point with Harry where you're like, man, we need you to kick
Yeah,
2 or 3 in a game, or like understand you can't kick 3-4 goals every game, but we really do need him to step up.
And it doesn't help when the deliveries inside 50 are fucking pathetic. It doesn't help. But the guy next to him, Kemp, wow, he yeah, well, I can't believe we're relying on him as well. He wasn't great at all today.
Yeah. I think he lost his confidence at one point as well. There was a passage of play in the fourth, I reckon, and I remember sort of like as the ball was kicked to him, I remember like I screamed out like, please don't go to ground. And he went to ground. And generally when the player goes to ground like that, it's like when they're like lacking in confidence. And I reckon he's just dropped his head, and he's just, yeah, he just couldn't keep his feet. And he wasn't alone. And something that hasn't been brought up a lot tonight on the fan cams is the broken tackles. The tackles that were not broken in the first half.
Right in front of me, man. Like, the amount of times we just didn't like tackle. Like, I can't remember the quarter, but I think like it was definitely in the second half, because that's where shit started to happen. They were in the middle, and then we had like 4 or 5 players standing around 2 demons plays, and they easily got it out of the middle. Like, I don't know if you know what I'm talking about now, but once you look back at the replay a couple times, you'll know exactly what I mean. We had 4 to 5 Carlton players around the middle, and then there was 2 Melbourne Demons players there, and they just easily got it out of the space.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what are you guys doing? Like, there's 5 of you there. Look, get into them. Like, if there's a stat for broken tackles, I'd love to know how many we didn't stick.
Yeah.
Like, that just shows a lack of effort and a lack of care.
Well, tackling and defense is an attitude.
Yeah.
Offense can also be an attitude, but offense kind of relies on skill and execution and these things. Like, defending is an attitude; it's a mental thing.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you're not bothered to stick tackles and all that, then it just shows that, like, again, you don't really necessarily care as much, in my opinion. But are you worried about our captain? With the way he started his season.
So I think the great players, they find a way. They find a way to impact. They find a way. So I back him in to find a way. I don't think he's going to be winning a Brownlow, that type of level, but I still back him in to find a way to impact. He's struggling. He took a bit too much on. I thought he had an attacking mindset in the first half. When he kicked his goal, he sort of got into Tholstrup. Like, I like that. I like that he's sort of saying it's going to be a long day for you, young fella. But then when he's getting pinged holding the ball, it's like, mate, if Cripps is getting pinned,
yeah, we're fucked.
We're in trouble.
It goes back to my point. Like, you saw Max Scorn, you saw Cozzy Picker. Like, they did nothing the first half. Second half, bang. Cripps, he did okay in the first half, but after that, nothing.
Yeah.
These are our leaders, so-called leaders.
Yeah,
But
they need work. They need work.
They
need
don't
a lot
have
of work.
long. They've only got 5 days, so they need to figure it out pretty quickly. Because I'm telling you now, I'm not going to the game on Friday. I'm not. I promise everyone here, I will not be attending that game on Friday. I'm going to be at home. I'm not even going to probably watch it because I'll be that nervous. But again, if we lose that game, he has to go, and that decision to back Voss in, it's looking really, really bad at the moment for Graham Wright, because a lot of supporters kind of questioning him too at the moment, early on in his tenure.
Yeah. All right. Well, mate, thank you very much. Thank you very much for calling in.
I'll see you next week.
All right, bro. Jordan.
Tez, I wasn't actually going to come on. I needed a good 3-4 hours to process that, mate. And I saw when it was still going, I was like, why not? Seriously, mate.
Yeah, this is a long one. Yeah.
Yeah, this is like doomsday for the millionth time. It's like since, I think it was it GWS 2024 when we were like, that's back when we were good. And since then, I think it was quarter time. We were up by like 6 goals. And I think I heard on a podcast somewhere that we just got complacent and thought we'd won the flag. And since then, mate, just completely downhill since then. It's just,
I just want to break down a little bit. How many times have we been up by, say, 40 or more? I mean, the GWS.
Well, I actually saw a stat since the start of 2025. We've only beaten teams in the second half 9 times, and 5 of them were bottom 4 sides, and 1 was St Kilda. And that's like a 30-game sample size. Like, seriously becoming a joke. And it's not just the first. Did you watch the VFL today?
I watched the first half properly.
Oh, mate, we had 15 AFL listed players, and we versed VFL, who had Luke Parks and David Cunningham, who are 2 ex-Carlton players, and they absolutely pounced. We didn't lead once. It's just like this club just is rotten from top to bottom. It's like, seriously.
Yeah.
And I was like, look, I was quietly confident today. I thought, like, Richmond was always going to be a bit of a close one. It was like the whole narrative everyone said, like last year, this game turned out to be 2.0, but we were up by, the 7 goals and lost. So it was always going to be like they had that psychological edge. And today it was really like, all right, we'll know where we're at.
So that's what I thought about today. I thought the Richmond game was, all right, you get the monkey off the back. We know what happened last year. It didn't happen again. Okay. And then you get some freedom, 17-day break, prepare. Melbourne, Saturday, Sunday afternoon. I actually thought Melbourne would start this game better than us because we had such a long break and they played a few games, and we would. That's what I thought going in. Like, I didn't expect us to start as well as the D's, but we did. And it ended up being that Richmond game again, but worse.
Yeah. And I thought this was going to be different because we actually, for the first time in a while, actually put scoreboard pressure on after the first call. We were up by like 40 points. I think the Richmond and Sydney game, we were only up by like 2-3 goals at quarter time. So I was like, it's the same narrative, but something smells a bit different. But then, like, just unraveling before our eyes. I think Voss's position now, as everyone has said, is untenable anymore. It just can't. But the issue is, like, where to from here? Honestly, we're probably the worst placed club in the league now, where it's like Tassie's coming in. Do you blow the joint up and just commit to a full rebuild? But then, honestly, like, who on our list has draft capital? Like, we're not trading Walsh. He just signed whatever it was, a 9-year deal. Can potentially trade Wiedering and get back to our 2015 roots of like losing by 100 points. And it's just like, what the fuck? Where do we go from here? It's just like, it's like, is it the player? That's the issue. I don't think the club knows. Like, everyone sees the issue. Everyone sees these fade outs, and everyone knows. I don't even think the club knows he has. I don't know if it's the players, if it's the mentality, if it's the coach, if it's all of it. It's just, seriously, cooked. Lost for words, as we all are. But Yeah, I do think it is Voss, unfortunately. Like, I always sit on level 2 and I see sort of like how we go into our shells. It's not even just like the predictability. It's like, mate, our small forwards are like playing back pocket when we're on the defense. Like, what is that about? It's just like they all just press up to like 80 meters, like push back, let Harry lead into like the space, in the 80 meters zone. Let us, like, if Harry marks it in theory, where does he go from there? Everyone's in that half of the ground. It's just like there's nowhere to go. It's just like, seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I just think, our small forwards, like, we all love Dirge. Dirge is averaging 2 goals a game at Port Adelaide because he's actually in a functioning forward line. Like, we've got Ben Ainsworth, Will Hayward, who are absolute jets, and we're jets at Gold Coast and Sydney. They come into the Carlton game plan. They've kicked like 2-3 goals in a few games now. It's just like, I really question our structure. It's just... Yeah, and I think as a lot of people have said, I think Kemp's unfortunately not a forward either. I've liked McGovern forward, and we've got Harry O'Keefe, who's get some games into him, but it's very reliant on Harry at the moment. He can't do all the heavy lifting himself, so it's just, mate, this North game, oh boy. Saying every week, it's like, this is just gonna if we lose, this place is just gonna. Surely we can't lose, especially if Cherry gets suspended. Surely we cannot lose. Like,
I really thought
who
the same
knows?
thing this morning.
Yeah,
I really thought the same thing. Until this team can stop inviting the pressure,
correct,
and until this team can deal with it,
exactly. They've got to deal with it. It's like,
losing. They're going to keep losing.
They can't go into their shells when it happens. But seriously, mate, who knows? Anyways, mate.
All right, mate.
Go
Thanks for
Blues
calling
as
in.
always. Keep riding the wave and see what happens, mate.
Go well,
Catch
mate.
you, Tez. You too. See you, legend. Bye.
Chris.
Hey, Terry. Thanks for having me on.
No worries, mate. Thanks for waiting.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I was. This is the first time on. I was at the game today, and the first half was relaxing, but then like the Melbourne supporters around me were like getting a bit nervous, and I said, "Mate, the game hasn't started yet. It's just wait till 3/4 time. That's when the game starts."
Yeah.
And so we're just making jokes throughout the whole day. It's like, can't be a pattern. It can't be a pattern, but here we are, like another game, another second half fade out. Like it has to be effort, mental demons or something. Has to be.
I don't think they're not trying.
Hmm.
I just think, this week we'll go with mental. Next week, coaching and mental. It's the whole lot, mate. It's everything. It's not one thing, and it hasn't been one thing all along.
Yeah, it was interesting because I heard a bit of Vossi's press conference after the game, and he said someone asked him about second half fade outs, and he goes, "Well, we have to look at it because it's becoming a regular thing." And I'm like, "This is the first time they've actually spoken about it." So
yeah, you can't get on from something until you have properly acknowledged it.
Mm.
So I would be stunned if the club have not properly looked at it. Like there's no way the people who are paid to fix the issues that we're seeing are not seeing what we're seeing. There's no way. There's no way this hasn't come up in footy department meetings.
Yeah, you wouldn't think so because it's pretty obvious. But again, like I thought today, the first half we took our chances, and then the second half they took their chances. But I thought Pickett was the difference in the middle, and he's just got speed. And I was like watching it, I'm like, how can you have Hewitt on him? Like, put someone else on him for a bit, try something different. Yeah. because he was the difference in the second half. And Gawn too,
Well,
but
I actually think Gawn, with the weight of numbers at the end of the day, I mean, he's had 58 hitouts.
Mm.
He's had 50, I don't know how many were to advantage. Doesn't matter. 58 hitouts and 23 possessions. I mean, Cozzy was amazing. I mean, Tom Sparrow was pretty good for them as well. I think Jack Steele had an underrated game. He had 16 tackles.
Yeah.
Like you can talk about, we've spoken about Cripps and all that, but I think Jack Steele went back to that 2021 where he was tagging Cripps and just had his number and mate, no good.
No, and it was nice to be there, see Jagger's first goal and Burns' first goal. I don't know about you, but I thought the crowd for the Blues was a bit quiet early on. I don't know why. Like, I thought they would have been up and about for those two, but
I thought it was up and about early, personally, especially when I thought when Byrne kicked his goal. I mean, the boys sprinted to him. They all everyone. I don't know. Maybe it was where we were sitting. I thought the energy and what you want to see from the group and are they together, all those things was there when Jagger and when Byrne kicked his goal.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Sorry, not the players. I meant the fans.
Yeah, no, I mean both.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, again, it depends where you're sitting. Where I was sitting, mate, when Jagger and Byrne both kicked their goals, where I was sitting, it was scenes.
Yeah. No, it was it was nice to see those two, and hopefully Byrne stays in because for a little guy, he was shoving and using his body as a wrecking ball. Can't remember who the big guy was, but led to a goal, and it's like, geez, why can't the other guys do that?
Yeah.
But
anyway, Chris, I'm going to let you go. We have to move on. But thanks for calling in.
Yeah, thanks. Go Blues.
Go Blues. All right, guys, we're going to go the home stretch. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6 of you waiting. Lewis.
Can you read this?
We are shit. Hashtag Voss out. Oh, right.
43 points. 43 fucking points. I'm going to be brutally honest with you, Tez. After the game, I fucking cried. And I haven't cried for a Carlton game ever since I was a fucking kid, man. That was the most frustrating game I've ever seen in my whole damn life. This club has reached to me a whole new low. Voss is gone, man. Voss is gone. I want him out by fucking Monday. He is such a useless idiot.
Okay.
He doesn't know what to say in the third quarter. In the third quarter, like he's like oh my god! And you know, I've thought about this, and I just go, Voss always talks about contest, right? How winning the contested ball matters a lot in this game. What if that tires the players out throughout the whole game? Because when you win the contested ball, it's the hardest job in football. But when it comes to the other teams like Sydney, Hawthorn, Adelaide, and the Bulldogs, what do? They run and carry. They play a handballing game. They play a kicking game. They use their foot. We decide to play this contested game that probably worked in the 2000s, then adapt to the modern game that has to have surgery in the 2020s where you have to have good kicking efficiency across the ground. Our ball users are fucking terrible.
Yeah, look, the thing is, it's a balance issue. Our contest is fine. It's the other part of the game that's not, because one thing all those other clubs talk about, actually, if you watch coach press conferences, every single coach, especially the good teams, every team, they're all saying the same thing. Connection inside 50. We need to get our contest right. We needed to lift our intensity or our pressure. So, I think there's this misconception. Maybe because most people just watch Carlton. but every club focuses on all of them.
But Tess, I think when it comes to other coaches, they rely on system.
Yeah,
More than
I
talent.
don't disagree.
But
I don't
when it
disagree.
comes to us, we rely on talent more than system. And that is the downfall for us. Because system matters more than talent in this league. Without system, then there's no game plan.
Yeah.
And Voss has no game plan in this league. And when the game plan is working, again, it's about how you make the momentum count by putting scoreboard pressure. But when things don't go our way and pressure mounts, Voss does not have plan B in store. He doesn't go, okay, you know what? Let's just attack the game. Let's take risks. Let's go through the corridor. Let's play handball and game. No,
I mean,
we go into our shell and then we just decide to let teams go back in the contest.
I actually think the players at times did try to attack, but they just kept turning the ball over.
But but I understand that. I understand that, Tez. But when it comes to this is Voss, like when he used to do this, he hasn't done this once, twice. He's done this so many times since 2023. He's done it since the Giants, man.
Okay.
He had time to fix this. And you know what? It's not good enough.
Who's the next? Who's better? Which coach?
Do you want me?
Longmire? Is it?
Let me tell you something right now. Every coach except for Brad Scott is better than Michael Voss. That's what I feel like. Andrew McCulter has got more wins than Michael Voss now, and he's coaching the Eagles. So you know what, mate? I would take any coach except for Brad Scott than Michael Voss.
Brad Scott copping strays on the fan cams.
Well, listen, I can't even. Brad Scott, to be honest, he's coaching shit team anyway, so I can't give him much. And I didn't want to wear a Carlton polo top because I'll be wearing shit. I don't want to get a poop stain on me.
Okay.
Anyway, I think I should move on. You got so many people, but I just want to say this. And by the way, Tez, to me, we're losing on Friday. I don't see us winning. I'm sorry. Even when Jimmy's out, I don't see us winning. Sorry. It's done. Anyway, have a good night. Still got to watch the game now because I'm a fucking idiot. I have nothing to lose. So, yeah. Go Blues. Have a good one, guys. See ya.
Go Blues. See you, mate. Okay. Frankie says Sacks.
Derry. Oh,
How are you, my friend?
You there? Glitched out. Can you hear me? No, I can't hear you.
Yeah.
God damn it.
I
Hold
can
on.
hear you. I can hear you.
All right. Okay. All right. I can.
there?
That was weird. Hello.
Hello.
Made it before the sound effect.
Just.
I had a gig last night in Port Fairy, which is about 4 hours away. And I woke up at like 7:30 and drove down and made sure I was there against my best wisdom. So that was fun. I think, I don't know, I was feeling very down after the loss, obviously, as everyone was. I think we need to stop being so reactive as a club. I don't know. That might sound insane to everyone. But, like, we've got, Graham Wright either last week or the week before saying, yeah, I had this, 9-point list for discovering if, Voss was the guy or if it was the players. And I decided that it was the players, or we decided that it was definitely the players that were the issue, not Voss. So Voss is kept in, and so obviously he said that the players are the issue. And like I thought, I mean, obviously the first half was good, but man, they were trying really hard. Like, I don't think you can question the effort today. Like, people were flying at the ball, like without care of their own safety. I don't know. Does that seem right?
I get what you're saying. Just on that, I'm going to bring it up tomorrow on the show, but it was the 8 points that they looked at with Voss and the team and
That's
the way
right.
it was functioning. 4 of them, the team ranked first for contested possessions, 4th for time in forward half, 5th for clearance differential. The others, doesn't actually list them here, but the others, they were ranked poorly. So it was like a split 4 and 4. And they decided, he didn't say anywhere here that it was on the players, but he did mention like the culture and the environment had to change and more support was needed for the coach. So we'll unpack it more tomorrow, but yeah.
Yeah. Or I just see, it seems so obvious that it's a psychological issue, not a physicality issue. Like you've got, I don't know, I never know how much stock to put into the public interviews that any player or coach gives, but like, I think it was a Ball Magnets podcast that Ollie Florin and Will Hayward went on. And when they got asked about the training standards at Carlton, they were like, oh my God, we've never seen players like faster. Like everyone was super fast and super fit and the standards were like above what they're used to or whatever. So running out games doesn't seem to be the problem because like we ran pretty much the same as them. It just seems like when it gets to a point where every team's got to come back and have momentum, but then when it happens, it gets to a point where all of the players are so terrified of making a mistake that they just freeze up. It's like, yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. You would definitely know, but like from my memory of the last 3 years, every time I've heard Voss speak about how they address stuff the week after, he's always saying you can't even tell, or like everyone in the club said, like you can't even tell if like whether we've won or lost. Like we just treat it analytically. We don't. Yeah, it's just like, you know, we'll look at this vision and assess how we can do better, whatever. And like as the theme of your shows recently over the last couple of weeks has shown, we're a vibes team. We're an ADHD. I didn't do my homework, so I'm just gonna vibe it on the day. Let's see what happens, right? And I just like, I don't know, something to me. I'm not a football guy and I don't know anything, but it seems like 2 things are the possible solution in my mind. One is make the Monday review a free-for-all where Wiedering gets up and says, what the fuck were you doing here? I need this, this, and this. And they all get their feelings out because it's a vibes team. And then they actually get over it together. Or we pick a guy to sacrifice. Doesn't even have to be on the team at the moment. It can be, we can get Plowman back into the club, or John Elliott, or Andrew Russell, or any of the last guys, whatever, and just blame everything on them and do some sort of a ritual where all the players can see this is the problem. We've put everything into that, and because people are superstitious, it's like a curse only has weight to it if people believe in it, right?
True.
So it's like, you know, yeah.
Mate.
So that's my piece. But I think we need to have more emotion in the club, where I think Voss treats it as completely analytical because you have to take emotion out of it. But I think what he's done is just completely ignore the elephant in the room of it's a psychological issue, so let's deal with the psychology of it. I mean, like we don't have a club psychologist now. They fired
No,
the
we
last
do.
one. Oh, a
We
new
do.
one?
We replaced her.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Going well.
Yep.
It's going well.
I mean, at least they're not on the bench, I guess, or maybe they are. I don't know. I haven't seen them, but
I haven't seen footage of the bench. Yeah.
yeah, I remember last year seeing footage of all the players going up to the psychiatrist on the bench, and I was like, Jesus Christ, what are we doing? They They look more shook after having talked to her.
Yeah.
But
Anyway.
yeah. Anyway, I will let you go. I said
All
my
right, my
piece.
friend.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother. See ya.
Go Blues.
Go Blues. F. Evans Goat 44 with the $8 donation says, we need to be realistic. The mental scarring runs deep. It's going to take more than 3 weeks to fix. Positive energy and support is what's needed. Wayne?
Hey, mate. How you doing?
Yeah, mate. We're 3.5 hours in. This is longer than the game.
Who'd want to be the coach, mate? He was right about that.
Who would want to coach, eh?
Look, we were actually going to go to the game, Dad and I, but the train lines at Mitcham were more of a problem than getting to the ground and watching the footy. I had a headache too, so just. I think the fourth quarter was great. Everyone was happy. Can we just pretend that nothing else happened? Just please, just for a couple of years.
We had our moment. Our moment was quarter time when we had absolutely nailed it, kept the opposition goalless in the quarter.
That was rough, man.
And all the elements, all the things that we were hoping to see this week, Cripps goal, Jagger goal, Burn goal. I think Harry might have kicked one early as well. I don't know. McGovern kicked one.
It was McGovern. Didn't he kick two? And then he missed the third one. Oh, those misses, mate. You know, it's true what they say. The bad memories tend to stick with you.
Oh, where's he gone? Where are you going, mate? Where is he gone? All right, next. Josh.
Hey, mate. How are you?
I am good, mate. Delusions kicked in, but at least it's not like 2 a.m. Like, at least it's a reasonable hour.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly right. Well, mate, what happened? Actually, it's just more of the same. Man.
Yeah. Carlton happened.
Honestly, I feel like everything that possibly can be said has probably already been said. It's been, 3.5 hours. But, mate, I think my phone's about to fall. Sorry, 1 sec. There you go. I think I got it on charge. It's on a bit of an angle. One thing I do want to touch on quickly is I think leadership and all that. Like, what I'd love to know what is going on in Weeders and Walsh and Cripps and all our senior players. Like, is this just is this just normal now? Like, what's going on in their heads?
Yeah, well, that's why the club decided to bring a guy like Travis Boak in, and he's got a massive job ahead of him to work with these guys to help them out. The issue with that is we don't have the on-field version of Travis Boak. I think when we spoke during the week in the teams show, I asked the question, like, who's the coach? I mean, certain teams have coaches on the field, and I actually think the Ds have got a couple. They've got about 3. I think Jake Lever, I don't know what his stats were, but I think he's a coach out there in the back line, the way he sees the game and directs traffic. I think Brody Mychek, another one, his stats might not be great, kick 1 goal, 3, whatever, but I think he is like a forwards coach. And then Gawn is a very intelligent footballer as well. We don't really have that on the field. Cripps is a very good player who's been a good player for a long time. I don't know if he's a an instructor or a conductor out there. I think Newman was the one that we all identified as the guy that can sort of coach out there. Wiedering, I'm very surprised, and I guess I'm disappointed too, that Wiedering hasn't become that. I thought Wiedering at this point in his career would be able to like be the general and direct the traffic and conduct it, and he's a smart footballer. And I thought early days, I remember when he was playing and sort of, it was he and Sam Doherty, and Doherty was kind of like the coach out there. And then at some point it sort of transferred over and Wiedering became the coach, maybe the conductor out there. But we just don't have it, mate. Our forward line doesn't have direction. It's on the field.
Hey,
Yeah.
with our forward line as well, and I know everyone's been quick to criticise Harry because I've also been criticising him too, but I understand that you've got Brody Kemp, who didn't play any senior footy pretty much at all last year, aside from maybe 2 games. You've got Will Hayward, who's brand new to our system. You've got, who else? Ben Ainsworth. Francis Evans, who's still, sort of new. He was in and out of the side last year. Our forward line has hardly played with each other. So I think it's going to take a bit of time to blend out. And the funny thing is we probably are a key forward away from anything. Funny because we had a key forward, but that's a whole nother thing. And that doesn't matter. That's in the past. But I think our forward line is going to need a lot of time to sort of gel and blend. But then it also goes to the midfield because the ball delivery to our forwards is shocking. Like, it's just... Remember in the David Teague days how we used to just talk about bombing the ball in? I still feel like we do that, to be honest with you. I still feel like we're just bombing it in a lot.
All teams in the league do it when they are not able to handle the pressure that the opposition puts on them. So Brisbane, for example, against the Saints, like they pulled away in the 4th, but even their disposal was poor under pressure in the first 3 quarters. But when like push came to shove and it was time to win, they were able to like figure their way through it. Every team does it. When like the Giants recently got sucked into doing it, like when the opposition puts pressure on you and you're not able to deal with it, you resort to safe kicking down the line, get the territory, force a stoppage, force a throw in. It's not just us that does it. We just do it too much.
Yeah, we probably just do it too much then. Yeah. No, that's a fair call. What is your thoughts? And I don't mean to bring this back up because it is old news now. Do you think Doc was right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I think no one disputes what he says as being like right or wrong. I think there's a truth to it.
Yeah.
No.
I know that Graham Wright. Sorry, say it again. You just cut out.
Well, it's factual when the game evolves past the contest side of things, and we're susceptible to the outside. Yeah, like it's true.
Yeah, and I'm no football brain compared to like Graham Wright at all. Definitely not. So, but I'm trying to understand what he saw in his process, whether it was the players that were at fault or if it was the coach, and I know that Voss has copped it tonight. Like, I'm not impressed with the coaching performance, and I haven't been the biggest Voss fan since probably mid-2024. But, like, if a senior player like Doc is thinking that, and that's probably what they're all thinking. So I feel like you do have to reset, though. You have to get a different man to lead the club. Who that is, I don't know. As I said, I don't have the best... Like, I don't know who the upcoming coaches are and all that, but if that's what they're thinking, then we can't keep him at the head of the club because you've got players like Jagger Smith, Harry Dean. Next year it will be Cody Walker. They're going to be infected with just, losing and whatever the hell this group has inherited, We got to protect this next, crop of players that we got coming through.
We said the same thing back when Walsh was drafted and Stocker came to the club, and Finbarrow Dwyer was at the club, and we said the same thing.
That's
about
my name.
We said the same thing about Petrevsky Seaton. Said the same thing about Paddy Dow. Said the same thing about Zach Fisher. Don't let it infect them. We've now been doing this. I've now been doing this long enough to remember the repeated cycle of the principles. But
wow, I actually believed in them today. I actually did think we were going to win. I actually really believed in them. And I
Mm.
haven't felt belief in a long time like that. But, you know, then the chatter around the ground starts. Like, I remember at quarter time, there was these blokes sitting behind me, and they're like, oh, don't worry. Like, they had a Melbourne fan with them, one of their mates. And like, oh, we're going to capitulate. And I just thought, everyone was saying it around me. But I'm like, no, you know what? They've started well. I'm going to believe and back them in. And then who's the guy that came on halftime? Andy Lee or whatever his name is. And then he mentioned the second out fade out, and it just got louder and louder. And the knees came, and it's just like more of the same shit, bro. And like, you can bitch and you can cry, and you can say whatever you want. Like, it ain't gonna change anything. It's gonna take a lot of time. And probably gonna take a couple of years. I think that's just the reality of it, and it sucks.
It's true.
Yep.
See you on Friday.
Yeah. Oh, mate, no, I'm going to go to Sydney. Fuck that. I'm not going. Yeah, go to Sydney
play.
for the weekend. Yeah.
Fair play. Fair play to you.
Yeah, got better shit to do.
Good
I'll
stuff.
be watching, mate.
Nah, thanks for calling in.
Anytime, mate. Enjoy the night. Thanks for what you do. Ciao.
Appreciate it. The Ball of Truth pod with $10 says, brother, sending love your way. Keep up the good work. At the end of 2025, this club needed a biopsy. After this season, we will need open heart surgery. The rebuild is real. PS, can't find link. Link is in the chat now, bro. Feel free to click in and call in. Jad.
How
are you, man?
What do you want to talk about, man? Because I'm all right. I'll leave it up to you. What do you want to talk to me about? Because it's 3 hours 40 and I haven't seen it all. I don't want to repeat too much. So what do you want to get at?
No, I mean, I'm always just keen to just keep unpacking. I mean, the game's the game. I think we're past the game. It's just, you're not going to really say anything that you haven't said before, but I guess it's just a matter of
right.
how much do they need to see, like what's the time frame here, I guess, is the question. They're very much making it clear they're going to give everyone a chance to make it work before they make a decision, and they're going to not be rushed into a decision. But yeah, games like that it demoralizes everyone.
Yeah, it's look, me as a supporter, mate. I've passed the wins and losses point. Like, I don't really care. I don't care about the wins and losses right now, because like, I know where we are. Like, be careful what you wish for. I've been calling for 2-3 years now for this to happen. So I'm not going to get angry at it now. I'm not going to go back on what I wanted and what I said, but I'm just past the point of worrying about wins and losses, because I truly, truly believe that none of it matters until he's gone.
So I had a really interesting moment. I did an interview with Caden McDonald last week previewing this game, and I just sensed just the way he was just talking about his club. Like, they got the new coach in, they got rid of their big name players, they took the hit, whatever, took their medicine, and he was just so on board with the freshness of the D's. And they had just come off the belting in Perth, but there was still the freshness about him. And I remember there was like a moment where he's like, yeah, what about you? I'm like, yeah, well, I guess some of us are sort of looking at the changes were made, Graham Wright, trusting him, he knows what he's doing. And then there's a divide in opinion, which is, I don't know, maybe there's other people at Melbourne that don't think they should have done what they did, but more or less the freshness of the coach was the key difference between the two clubs at the end of the day. So, but with that comes, I mean, does Sam Walsh stay? Do they consult Sam Walsh? And does he say, I don't know, is that a part of the discussion? Was he team boss? Was he down to just make it work together? And I don't know what the effects are and the flow-on effects.
See, that's the interesting thing, mate, because I am so on board with a lot of what they've done, but then there is this 40, let's say 20%, just for percentage sake, part of me that does not believe we're ready for takeoff until he's gone. I like what they've done. I like that they've started the build. I like what Graham Wright said. I read that whole article, but it's just that last piece is missing, and it just won't. The feeling you got from Caden, I reckon it's that they're all on board now. They're all boarded the plane and they've taken off. With us, we're still on the runway. We've filled the plane up. We haven't started rolling yet. And I just feel under Voss, that's what's going to happen. Like, let's say we won today, but like, do we want to win playing his style? Like, the only benefit I can get from that is what Jagger and Dean get from a win. But other than that, I don't really see much benefit. I just don't see it. So just be careful what you wish for. I'm finally glad that we're on the path now, but a part of me will never make sense of why they've held on for another year, because it feels wasted. It feels wasted.
You're at that point of no return when it comes to coach.
I think I have been for nearly 2 years, but now it's fully settled. Like there's in my mind, there's no more doubt. That game today, just horrendous. I got messages from mates saying, "Oh, Blue's up and about," and I just said, "Relax." That was my response. Relax. Like, yeah, and then he's press. I don't know, mate. Some people think presses don't matter. I think they do, because it's the only line of communication you have with fans, really.
Yeah, your connection's not very good. You're sort of cutting out a little bit at the moment. Whoa.
It's all right. Well, look, I'll wrap up there because, yeah. But, yeah, anyway, that's it for me.
Good stuff. Thanks, Jack.
Enjoy, mate.
See you, mate. All right. 2 more. I got Toby. I've got Mark. Toby.
Hey, Taz. How are you, Matt?
I'm good, mate. Bring us home. What's your summary?
It was hurtful to watch, Tez. I mean, 43 points up, and then we just go. I feel like watching Carlton this season, Tez. Do you feel like other teams, when they can sense they're coming back, it feels like we're on a train and we're about to get off, and we'll like get off at Richmond Station, walk to the ground, and then the second half we just go, yeah, okay. We look over if we're doing like a warm up, as you're doing local footy. You look over at the other side and you go, oh yeah, they've got bigger players, they've got stronger, they've got faster. We at Carlton just go, yeah, okay, we're a bit like that today. No, play 4 quarters. Because if we play 4 quarters and we put patches of good football together, we're a damn good side to watch. I love it when Carlton do that. But today, when we play like 43 points up and then Melbourne come back and hit us and win by 23, fuck!
Yeah, mate. Yeah, I hear you. I feel you. I feel you, mate.
What more can I say, Tez?
There's nothing. There's nothing that we haven't already said.
Come on. And I agree. Yes, our leaders at times. Who steps up? When the game is on the line, who steps up? Who's got the intensity, or if that's a good word to use, or mentality to say to the boys, all right, our backs are against the wall, but we push and we fight till the game's over. You don't give up. You fight.
Yeah.
To the last bell.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, Tez, you stayed for the whole game, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
As a Carlton supporter, if I was there and if I go, I stay for the whole game. Win, loss, whatever. I'm proud of the boys. But people who leave with a couple minutes to go. How is that helping our boys on the field? We've all got to stick together.
I don't disagree with what you're saying. Yep, it was sad to see our supporters leave with 4.5 minutes to go. I guess it's just getting it gets to people, Toby. It does. It just gets to people, and people react differently. And maybe those people leaving early, it prevents them from screaming over the fence down the race when the boys go off after. And I think that's a better situation than having these young ones have people scream at them. I've been that person once before where I was screaming at him down the race one time, like just couldn't control my emotions. So I get it, stick together, all of that. I really do. I understand it. And I agree with what you're saying, but sometimes it might be better to leave early just so you don't do something you regret,
True.
So,
well, I hope we just show against North because I'm a little bit worried, Tez. Just a little bit. But look, we've seen this before. We'll be fine. We've just got to stick with the boys.
Yep.
Okay. If it's another bad season, do we jump off? No. We're Carlton supporters. We've got to stick with our boys. And that's what they need at the moment. They need us as fans to stick together and go, okay, yeah, we're going through some tough times maybe again. Yeah, okay, fine. But we get that. But as supporters, stick it tough. Stick it tough. Because eventually we will see days where we're good again, we're up and about. Yeah, okay, tough times. But you stick with a club when you're doing it tough. Everyone has to stick together.
Yeah. Well said, Toby. Thank you for calling in.
See you, Tez.
See you, mate. All right. There is two more. Okay. Mark. He has arrived.
Sorry, I just fell asleep.
No, mate, I don't blame you. Where are you?
No, just I'm charging while my car's being parked because I've had poor reception. So I'm just hoping you can hear everything that I'm about to say or whatever I'm gonna do.
I can hear you.
Like John Cena in his final match, in the end he tapped out and we just gave up. I don't know. Everybody's basically summed it up. I mean, 2 years in a row, if not, it's actually happened for the last 5 years. With first half we play like Donald Trump, billionaires, trillionaires, and then the second half we look like someone that's just sleeping on the streets, not even looking to find a home. You can't sustain that. It's humanly impossible to sustain that game after game, year after year. And you know what? Credit to Melbourne. We got exactly what we deserved. And you know what was even the worst thing, Terry? Out of my 34 to soon to be 35 years in life, I messaged, of course, as you know, he was a co-host with you before, and my long-time mate Alex K. Arthur. How's this for something? I messaged him at quarter time when we were up again. We will still lose, and here we are. And here we are.
Is that because of Is that because of things you had seen in the first quarter, or it was just that recurring feeling that you just knew deep down?
It's the repetitive. It's just the repetitiveness of what we've just produced. Like at the highest level, to be doing this, I've seen better clubs in the local environment that just won't fade out like that. Sure, maybe on the odd occasion, but this, like, let's face it, right? We were just so blessed to have beaten Richmond because who knows what the headlines could have been. But I'll tell you right now, be prepared for a lot of backlash. Be prepared for a lot of backlash, Carlton, this week. It might still be Essendon with their 16 or so losses in a row, but this is inexcusable. To go from 43 points up, Melbourne were 1 goal at halftime. 1 goal. And they kicked 14-4 in the second half.
14 in the second half?
14-4 in the second half, people. 14-4. And they still kicked 100. At one point, for a good 100 odd minutes of the game, checking the live ladder. Oh my God, we're 8th. We're in that wild card bracket. And then there you go, back to 16th, and I don't see anything improving from there. We could be 10 goals up to nothing at halftime and still find a way to lose. We are finding every humanly way possible to fuck it all up. At the end of the day, we're not blaming players, because we'll blame players or we'll blame the coaches or not blame the coaches. At the end of the day, we're blaming the whole collective. No one's getting the finger. We all win together, we all lose together, and we lost badly together. It's as simple as that. You know, people want the coach gone, vice versa. Here's the thing of what's going to be solved. The whole club, most importantly, is accountable for. Plain and simple, people. You have a look at the stats from halftime to the second halves. I mean, I think I just saw on a post, there was something like we were 137 to 64 points, 4 in the first half. Could be wrong. Maybe I'm right. Maybe I'm wrong. And then from memory, second half points this season, we've scored 84 and we've conceded 237. It's inexcusable. It's actually very frightening. It's very, very frightening. And hell forbid, if we're down at the start, let alone at half time, be prepared of what the margin will be. Oh, but there were times where we were behind, and then all of a sudden, we'll make a fight back, and then I'll fall short, or we pull off a miracle. But now we do what we need to do to get off the start, and then we still find a way to stuff it up.
So that is the very concerning added layer of experience that I have not seen coming as a supporter, that a 40-point lead is not enough to sort of sit there and think we're in control. Like, that used to be like a 30-point lead. You get up 30 and you lose, that's pretty bad. Now, if like we're pushing that out to 40, so what's the fix? It's got to be 50 or 60. It doesn't make any sense how you can be so good and be 40 points better than your opponent and still lose the game by 4 goals. It's crazy talk that I've learned that to be reality.
You know, we all saw with the Sydney game, we should have been up by more, and then you saw what happened in the third, which was an absolute avalanche. Third greatest quarter of all time in AFL history, if that. Again, could be right, could be wrong, just to refresh my memory. To nearly losing it against Richmond. I mean, we were lucky, but a win's a win, as they say. And then today was, I'd say, pretty much the reality check. What more can we do? Everybody summed it up perfectly. If anything, like, actually, a few other things I will say, whilst my reception's still okay. Did Graham Wright from a president's luncheon, I think you were there, whether it was today or some weeks ago, say something about that wins and losses don't matter? And Jacob Wiedering saying that he accepts the AFL taunting? Is this all true?
No. I was at the President's Club today. Graham Wright didn't speak today. I haven't heard those Wiedering comments about the taunting. Graham Wright talking about the wins and losses. He said it a few times in the context of, he's been asked, what's a success look like? What's a pass mark on a number of different stations? Triple M, 3AW, yada, yada. And basically he said, we're not going to be putting a number on it, how many wins for Vossi to get the job. He's basically trying to like expand on it and say it's a whole club improvement that we need to see in order for him to keep his job, more or less. So today at the President's Club function, Rob Priestley was there. He spoke. And the language that I've heard today, language that I heard at the function a few weeks ago, there keeps being this reference made to Tassie and making sure we're prepared and looking at the next 3 years, making sure that, you know, the list is in order. There's little mini references to the list is going to keep turning over. We want to be prepared for when Tassie comes in. They spoke about some sort of a mechanism that they're working on with Tassie, and I sort of did some digging. I think it's got something to do with that Tassie are forced to trade some of their picks So we might be able to do some sort of a deal there. But when I hear this language, I hear we are resetting, we are rebuilding, we are refreshing. Whatever the word you want to use is, people are afraid of the word rebuild. Reality is every club every year rebuilds. It's just a matter of like what level. Every team's trying to get better. And so that's why I was kind of at peace with where we're at, because at least we made the moves. I look around the league. I see the Bombers didn't make the trade with merit. I look at that situation similar to the Charlie one, and had we held firm and forced him there, but then you look at the way that the synergy of the place. So I was on board with that, but you just can't be on board with what you see today. Like, you're up 40, bottom line. It's unforgivable.
It's inexcusable.
Yeah,
It's above and beyond inexcusable.
Yeah.
I'd be very worried, as I said just before, I'd be very worried if we're down 5-6 goals at quarter time and hell forbid, let alone the first half, or how we start poorly off games, and we'll see what happens. It's very simple.
Yeah.
Richmond 41 odd points last year in round one. Today, 43 points, and they kick their first goal late in the second quarter, and they still managed to score 100 points. We could try everything, anything and everything, and it's gone to this. If anything, mate, I reckon I'm lucky to have probably a week or two left, or otherwise I'm seeing the year out, because I reckon no matter what we do, I'm not buying into it. Because the thing is 2023, that run in the prelim, the best that we've had, and we're probably not going to see anything like that again for another 10, 15 years. You've seen the cycle from early 2000s, 2001 to then 8-year layoff, finals 09, 10, 11. 2012 saw the end of Ratton. 2013, we got in. We had to wait another decade to have this run that we had. And then what's next? Do we wait another 10 or so years later? Hell forbid, we make a grand final, lose 10, 15, 20 years, another long drought. Come on, we're seeing the same reoccurrence here. Let's just cut to the chase.
Well,
you call
that's
me some
why
genius to think that would be the case all this year's time.
So
Not
I don't
good enough.
disagree, but that's why I think making the moves they did last year kind of got ahead. We didn't get to the point where Kerno's at the end and we don't get the deal. It's the Harry Dean, it's the Jagger Smith, Harry Dean, Cody Walker era. We're just moving away from the Steve Silvani rebuild 2015 era, and we're moving into this next couple of years. Like, that's what this team's being built around. That's how I see it anyway. And I could be wrong.
Again, it's all for opinions, but at the end of the day, results matter. To say that it's not about wins and losses, at the end of the day, results matter. And at the end of this, and I'll say this, I remember with Adam Simpson when he was coached at when he was obviously coach at West Coast, there would have been a few of his press conferences when they were obviously hitting the rock bottom, and literally just said what he said in the press conference. And I just feel like, what's holding Voss to say? Like, don't sugarcoat words, Voss. Just say we're bloody horrible, deplorable. You don't have to have profanities in your press conferences. I'm not saying that. I mean, some people are different of how they conduct things. But I think if there's no harm in saying we were absolutely deplorable after half time, and then that way it's still a convincing matter of saying we need to be seriously better without having to throw the F&C bombs like no tomorrow. And then hell forbid, if you slip one up, pay the fine, and it'll go towards a good charity. In my view, man,
Unfortunately, this is not the last time we're going to see a second half fade out this year.
No, we know that, because I'll tell you right now, if there was the old fashioned, look, I don't know about you, but I think there was, how can I say it? Kids of today would not understand where a father would not only discipline their kids in regards of, the wooden spoon, spatula, let alone the belts. If I had to bring my own belt right now and give them a strap, and I think they probably would deserve so, because it's not good enough. It's seriously not good enough. Sometimes I think some of these players, if not the whole club, need severe battle scars, and we'll see if they're fading, because I'm just sick and tired of the same reoccurrence, Terry. And to the 100,000+ people that are members. This just has to stop. I've got no, you know what, to be fair, I've probably maybe got next week and then gather round. And for my mental health, I'd say that the year off, I couldn't even care how many games we need to win. Why don't you, the players out there, prove us wrong unexpectedly, rather us always having to believe? We do our bit time and time again in a world full of corruption and crisis and so much constant spending that we can't afford to properly live our lives and save. You guys, go out there, leave no stone unturned. You make a good living with your careers, make it happen on the field.
It's well said, I must say.
I mean, you remember when for those that have known me for a long time, I've had some serious rants, but I might save it for another week or two. Even if we were to win our next two, I don't think we will. Let's just say if we do, I'll still be pissed off until we see a proper consistency. No, seriously. They're not satisfying anymore. Terry, name me a side that could go a year or two thinking that you'd be up half. Actually, no. Here's another stat for you. I think I had a look. There was something like Michael Voss's coach from 2022 to now. I think actually Joe and the Almost Blues brothers had it. And he can correct me if I'm wrong as well, if my mind serves me correctly. Halftime, we were up 61 times for a loss of 44 and 2 draws. Or was it 45 losses? And the second half, we're 44 and 55 with a draw. So this has been really, again, this has been 5 years in the making. So, mate, if we only played a half of football, we'd win 5 flags in a row. Play like the second half, we've got 5 wooden spoons in a row.
Maybe we should be shortening the games after all.
That is diabolical. Sorry, what'd you say, sorry?
I was going to say maybe we should be shortening the games after all.
It's diabolical. It's an abomination to the human race nation. Seriously.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Mate, we'll just show up again next week and see what happens. But, yeah, if you've got to take time off.
You know what? Regardless if Sherry's playing or not, to go from a 17-day break and get overrun by Melbourne when they played in basically Abu Dhabi temperatures in Perth. I couldn't even care if we had to play 2 or 3 days later. Push up or shut up. Get a few scars in your hands or your legs, because a few broken bones won't hurt you. You guys make a career with what you earn. Make it happen. For us, we're just lucky to get to 6 figures. Mate, we're even lucky to probably get half of 100. The point is, do what you love doing. And for them, it's just a side hustle job, all right? Very simple. We are nothing more than the cowardly, fraudulent, corrupt, wokest, brokest club. I'm out. Have a good night. Ciao. Fucking lift, Blues.
Thanks, Mark. All right. There's one more. And then we're going to call it a night. The ball of truth.
What's going on, man? How you feeling?
4 hours? I think this is now the record.
Man, I felt bad jumping on real late, but I couldn't see the link. And then when you sent it, I'm like, oh, fuck, now I have to.
Yeah, no. Because it's an early game. It's an earlier, like, if it was 2 a.m., I'd be, like, fading away dead. But it's, yeah.
Yeah, I remember you were saying that you love the 3:15 awards, 3:20, 3:15 games, because, you know, the stream, you ended on a good early time. But tonight's gone nuts. Mark went nuts. But
we're all gone mad, bro. We're all got, like, it's you sort of. I'm watching it all repeat, and then I'm watching just like the frustration and the cycle of that frustration repeat, and then you're watching these new kids come through this club, and you don't want to lump it onto them because you know that that's not the right thing for them, but the frustration's going to go somewhere.
Yeah,
and so it's one of the hardest tasks in football. Figuring out the Carlton Football Club, and the people, the group who do it are going to be.
Man, my my expectations were low this season. Like I didn't expect too much, but I also didn't I didn't know where we stood. Like how bad are we? How good can we be? And I guess it's still not 100%. But after today, I'm just like, yeah, we're kind of maybe bottom 4, bottom 6 side. But you know what sucked more than I know 43 points. It's worse than the round 1 margin of last year, Richmond. But what hurt even more for me, man, was 20 points up still in that last quarter with like half a quarter to go. 20 points. And we scored a couple in a row. I don't know how long was left. I can't, maybe someone remind me. But
so I'll run you through it. Walsh to Elijah. Elijah kicks the goal. I think that makes it 12
14
points or 14.
Yeah.
Then they worked their way through it with the kicking, like nice kicking, got that entry to the Carroll goal.
Carroll.
And
That's
then
the one.
it went the free kick against Hewitt, which was unfortunate, D's goal. And then Fritsch kicks his goal, makes it 8. Then Evans gets pinged for holding the ball, but he got hit in the
goggles
head.
fell off his head. It was high.
Yeah.
It was high. But look, we're not going to use those.
Yeah.
Excuses,
Wow, they
but
really ran away from it, man. They really, really ran away from it.
And that's what I don't get. And actually, Mark mentioned it. It's like, man, I know we're coming off 2.5 weeks, but we should be the fresher side going into that last quarter, especially them coming from Perth, tough game against Freo. It's like, man, how? And if I don't know if you noticed it when you were there, players looked cooked, man. They were gone.
Mm-hmm.
Like they had nothing left. But maybe that was just like them being miserable and not like, because I've said this before on my end, but like, why as a fan should I know that a big lead like that is not guaranteed the win? Why should I know that? Like, that's what hurts, man. In the second quarter, and you saw the little patterns, right? You saw the easy misses, and then they were going down the other end and punishing our mistakes. And then slowly, the belief just goes lower and lower, and their confidence just drops. And then, man, as soon as Melbourne hit the lead, when they went 5 points up, this is why I don't blame anyone really for leaving. But like, you know that we're not coming back.
Yeah, when I see the panic kicks from Weeders, from Young, from Cowan, from Carroll, from all of them, when I see the panic dump kicks,
it's all
that's when you know. That's when you know. It just seeps into them, and then everything's amplified with Carlton. Good or bad, it's amplified.
Big time. Some of the kicks tonight were shocking. I mean, look, I'll give you guys one positive thing to end this stream, and that's Taylor Byrne.
Yeah.
I know he only had like 8 touches, man, but every touch and every non-touch was awesome. The tackles, the shepherds, the little things he was doing, the 1%ers, man. I thought he was really good, brought a great energy, great urgency that not many others followed. So I thought he did really well. But
Play the team role. No, look, he's got good attributes. I think we really need Nick Newman in this team.
Yeah.
And I know that long term, is he in our next premiership team? I understand that conversation, but wins are the most important thing for the next generation. And I think Nick Newman helps us win games. I think he has to come into this team next week. And then end of the year, we've got to find some. We do need to like get more kids in and more, youth that fit the game style that we're going to play moving forward and all of that. But there's got to be some on-field leaders that we can recruit.
Yeah, we definitely need more leaders. And Newman is one of them, I reckon. Like, he commands, he demands. I don't think enough people demand things of their teammates in this side. And I know, like, they've been a bit down on the leadership side of things, like Cripps and Weeders, but I don't know. There's no real excuse for other players, even though you're not technically a leader, to have a voice out there. Like, Cripps getting caught holding the ball, no one's talking to him. Is just he thinks, look, that's an awareness thing as well. But you got to tell your captain, mate, there's a man up your ass.
Got to talk.
Yeah, the communication's down, especially when other teams get momentum. It's like it's like stage fright. They just completely stop. They freeze up and they don't talk. Whereas, yeah, the other teams, they just get a sniff and we're toast. It's crazy, man.
Our club.
I know, but yeah, in 5 days' time, we'll probably be talking about it all again. And that's the thing.
Lose to North, bro. They can't lose to North. I can't do North. I can't do it.
I know, man.
I can't do North up all game. I can't do it, man.
Remember last year, North Melbourne?
Yes.
The second one.
That fully broke me.
Yeah. that was like the tip of the iceberg, wasn't it?
This was meant to be the best. This was meant to be the most optimistic month of the year because of the draw and the way it looked, winnable games on paper, and then, fucking, they got that sacrificial lamb that gather around for the Crows Thursday night just to get there.
You're gonna need the Livani back, man. Seriously.
One day.
Yeah.
One day.
No, thanks for having me on, bro. I'll leave you to it, man. But thank you.
Thanks, bro. All right, bye. Fuck, man. Okay. 4 hours and 20 minutes. Yeah. Yeah. There's nothing else to say. Thank you for tuning in. That was a very disappointing performance. That was an extremely disappointing performance. That was all of the things. But I appreciate you tuning in. If you've been here, actually, can I just get a pulse check? Who's been here from the start of the stream, like 6:30? I need to know because it's bizarre. In my sick and twisted mind, this helps me a lot. So like the rage and the frustration, it gets sort of channeled through just repeating it. And it just prevents me from going completely off my rocker. Wow, that's a lot of you. That's unbelievable. Damn. Yeah. We've been here almost double the amount of time it took to play that game. So yeah, it goes without saying, thank you very much for your support, whether you are a subscriber, a viewer, a non-subscriber that's viewing, whether you are a member of Blue Abroad, thank you very much for being here. And this is what we do. We ride it all, the ups, the downs, the good, the bad, the very bad. And we just got to keep moving. That's the most important thing. It's so out of our control as a fan and a supporter. You just hope that the right people are in the right places to make the right decisions, and that's it. So we'll do it again. Slobbo, $3 donation. We'll be right, Tez. We'll smash North. I hope so, mate. Tomorrow is Mad Monday. Fucking hell. We're going to do the ratings at 5, Blue Abroad show at 7, Almost Blues Brothers at 8 p.m. So we'll do that, and then we'll just get straight into North Friday night. Good Friday. Anyway, take care. Go Blues.